Yellow friends. I'll just be a moment and just wait for a couple people to come in, say hello in chat. Hello to Rebecca Ann, 1965, Alan Barrett, Sharif Badawi, Hassan Musa, S90, and Shin Lona. Good to see you all in the chat, and we'll just be a couple moments. It's going to play one video just to get us started. Wait for a couple more people to come in, and we will... Hey, what's happening here? My goodness. It's like I haven't had any problems with the internet unless I'm streaming. What's going on? And I haven't had any problems streaming for weeks at all until like the past day or so. Let me know if anybody can hear. Give me one in chat if you can get this. It seems to be working now anyways. So we'll just play this through.
On the team, you know, for women everywhere, I'm sure, to be feeling like they aren't getting paid what they should.
The U.S. women's team filed a gender discrimination lawsuit in March. Members were hoping mediation talks with the U.S. Soccer Federation would bring their pay in line with their male counterparts.
And it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
But those talks fell apart, and now team leaders are planning to take their fight to court.
We are very confident that if this needs to go to litigation, that we have a great case because it's based on a very simple principle that we think is fair and right, and it is the law.
I have a question for all of you. So let's start first as a former national team player and just your reaction to the ruling.
Surprised, of course, frustrated.
Why do you suppose the judge sided against, I guess so he's not siding with, but went against the women here?
The reasons for that were, one, the women actually in this relevant period, which they're looking at, which is essentially the last 5 years, said, one, the women made more on a gross standpoint and on a per-game basis. And two, he said that their pay structure is very different. So we had injury protection, maternity protection, severance pay. And so there were a lot of other assurances we had in there. It's a very different setup for the women. The judge obviously talked a lot about this in his judgment, and in his opinion, his 32-page opinion about that. So I think it was the fact that the women over the last 5 years made more money than the men, and two, that the pay structure was very different.
Then, as an analyst, there's no way this is pieced together than anything other than a loss for what the women had argued here.
Wow, what do you say after that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down.
More than some burritos.
Oh, nice.
Oh. Burritos? Get a freshly made footlongs from Subway instead, with crisp veggies on freshly baked bread. Just order in the app.
Oh, okay.
Try the oven roasted turkey with banana peppers for a little extra kick.
Okay, I get it.
Oh.
Get a freshly made footlong from Subway instead.
Megan Rapinoe almost bully players into kneeling because she really wants to stand up for something in her particular way.
The whole time you were in Tokyo, did you know that you were going to retire?
I hadn't made a final decision.
Did you tell your husband before you got on the plane to go to Tokyo that it was it?
No. Wanted to come out of there with a gold medal as well, but
And it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
Hey, Gilmore, you suck, you jackass.
And it's not just about us, and it's not just about this moment.
All right. Hello, guys. Sorry about the internet troubles there earlier. My bad on that. I don't know what was going on there. Don't know what was quite happening there. It seems to be that every time I start streaming that now I'm getting internet problems. Brutal. Lots of buffering on it. I'm very sorry, folks. Very sorry. Getting Fs again. My gosh. What is happening? It's like my internet's been working perfectly all day. Don't know what's going on. All right. Anyways, let's get into it. We'll wait for the other people. Welcome to everybody that's in the chat. There's a lot of people. Hello to everybody. I probably can't get through all of them right now. Armband means bracelet in Swedish. How's it going, friends? If I'm having any more internet problems, I will might have to restart, but looks like it's going okay for now. It's unfortunate. Let's see. Poll literally functions like a decentralized intelligence network. Kind of, yeah. It kind of does. There's a lot of different functions they use for it. Pretty bad when you had to poll for news, yeah. Reddit is banning all conversation of who's wearing armbands and stuff like that. Wow. That's disgusting. Disgusting stuff. All right, for those that are still in here, give me a where is Gonzalo Lira? Let me know. And have you guys been contacting the Chilean embassy? I did give a call today to mine in Canada. And I think that there is a lot of pushback, enough for them to respond, because we're finding a few things. Now, nothing that I'm seeing here is giving me any proof of life of him. Let's bear this in mind when we go through this stuff. Okay. However, the stuff that I have been reading is showing me that they are at least responding to it. Hold on, I got a kitty in my way. Give me a sec. Little bro, what are you doing? Standing in the middle of the screen. Okay. Oh my goodness, what did I do with it? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, here we go. All right. So this Brian Stelter with a wig posted today, and she or he, whatever, I don't care, stated that she has no information that Gonzalo is alive. So let's go through this. Now this has been deleted, but someone saved it and re-uploaded it. So we'll go through this now. Just want to make sure everything's working. Looks like I'm got a better connection here now. Okay, looking good. Welcome to the newcomers. Have yourself a wrench. I'll try and catch up to you as soon as possible. Okay, all right. Let's get into it now.
Good evening. Sarah Ashton, Cirillo, out of Kiev, Ukraine, where over the last few days...
Out of Kiev now. I thought you were in Kharkiv now, but apparently you're in Kiev. All right, okay.
The topic of YouTuber, pundit, columnist, potential Russian asset, alleged Russian spy, Gonzalo Lira.
Notice how she puts in the potential Russian asset, alleged Russian spy, right? For those that don't know, that don't know this term, weasel words is what she's giving us. It is giving us, he is giving us, I don't know, I don't care. An equivocal word used to deprive a statement of its force or to evade a direct commitment specifically. Okay, so saving Brian Stelter's self from any type of legal obligation or consequence. That's essentially why they say that, right? So you can say pundit, YouTuber, yada yada, but she's got to add that on. She's got to make sure to add that on to drive the narrative. Anyways, let's keep going.
Has taken up a significant amount of the conversation regarding Kharkiv, Ukraine, the Russian invasion, and my role as a journalist.
That's debatable. You're not a journalist at all, actually. You're just a propagandist. You've been given intelligence connections, and you're just passing it on and pretending that you're a journalist. There's nothing journalistic about you.
And one thing many people have asked me from both sides of the discussion was to find out if and when Gonzalo Lira died. And this is what I can report. Direct from my sources, not secondhand information.
No, that's the definition of secondhand, actually. you are the secondhand info. It is secondhand info, and all you say is sources say, which is another weasel word, right? Sources say. But anyways.
Since April 15th, when Gonzalo Lira was picked up by security services, there has been no indication that he is dead.
So, no indication that he is dead. So you can't confirm that he's alive. You got nothing to say whether he's alive or dead. You just say that there's no indication that he is dead. This is what the best that you can get from your sources? Are they really sources? Like this reeks of psyop, to be honest, to demoralize people and keep them holding on to hope.
Once again, I will repeat. It appears that Gonzalo Lira is in fact alive. This is Sarah Ashton Cirillo, Kharkiv.
No, it's Michael Cirillo, but whatever.
Ukraine. More to come.
So there's no evidence. There's not enough evidence to say that he is dead. Yeah, okay. No, he's just been missing for 5 days. And I'm sure they're just going to let them out if they've captured him, because I'm sure when he gets out, all he's going to do is talk about how nice you were. So we have this that came out. This was a few hours ago. It has since been deleted. A lot of the comments, she's getting ratioed basically in every tweet that she does at this point. Most every tweet anyways. And so I wonder why they would post this right now. And, you know, I've heard a few different theories on it. I tend to believe that they're getting too much bad press, so they need to now come out with a whole bunch. They need to flood the news with their own in order to kind of keep the illusion of authority of information. We really don't know what sources this Brian Stelter with a wig has, but I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Because honestly, I don't think this shows anything. I'm not trying to get anybody's hopes up by saying denies that he's dead. Some people are trying to say with this that he is alive, and there's no evidence of that whatsoever, to be honest. And after 5 days with no information from SBU or anything like that, doesn't make sense to me. Another thing that I'll mention as well, RT did come out with a video this morning, or a article this morning. Foreign blogger critical of Kiev goes missing, feared abducted, and I believe that even the press secretary, what's her name again? Maria something. She mentioned it also in a TV briefing. So we'll just read this real quick. I know it's RT. I know it's Russian propaganda. I get it. But at least someone's talking about it, right? Chilean-American blogger Gonzalo Lira was last heard from in Ukraine almost a week ago. He was reporting from the Ukrainian city of Kharkov, I think, yeah, that'd be the real way to say it, and has been a critic of President Vladimir Zelensky and of Ukraine's conduct during the conflict. The Chilean Foreign Ministry said that it was aware that those close to the Chilean Gonzalo Lira Lopez, who was in the Ukrainian city of Kharkov, had lost contact with him since April 15th. According to the diplomats, they remained in touch with the relevant entities to stay informed regarding any news about the location of our compatriot. Lira, who was a Chilean-American author and movie maker who used to work in Hollywood, was to appear on former UK MP George Galloway's radio show, Mother of All Talk Shows, on Sunday, but ended up missing the program. It is with great regret and even greater sense of concern and anxiety and more that I have to tell you that there's no sign of our first guest, Gonzalo Lira, Galloway said on this show. Other independent journalists, including Dan Cohen and Max Blumenthal, have also sounded the alarm over the blogger's disappearance and have expressed fears he could have been kidnapped, even tortured. They have added, however, that this wasn't confirmed or verified. So we have another guy, Dan Cohen here. He's saying that there's been no contact. The only people that ever claimed any contact was Robert Barnes and Viva Fry. They said that they had some contact, and I honestly, I don't trust these guys. They seem well placed to just kind of like they're kind of like law versions of Alex Jones, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. Let's see what else they got here to show. Max Blumenthal saying if real Gonzalo Lira has indeed been disappeared by Ukraine's SBU, he joins a long list of dissidents, leftists, human rights activists, and local officials kidnapped, tortured, and even assassinated by Zelensky's death squads, and with Kiev's open support. There's no lies there. I guess we'll leave it at that. I'll get you the link for this, and if you want to keep reading on, you can. And let's see, just make sure I got the links, or sorry, wrenches for everybody that's new in. Dude with a wig, yeah, basically. Sarah, green texting Sarah, yeah. Yeah. For those that are from Chug and stuff, post a link if you don't mind. I don't have the time to bring it into Chug, but if you want to share the stream there, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you wouldn't mind, folks, if you can hit the like button just to beat the algorithms, I would certainly appreciate it. At least RT is watchable. Fox and CNN make me physically ill. Yeah, I hear you. AJ's controlled opposition, Avi, no doubt about it. Yeah, he's. There's a lot of stuff on it that like you won't get on Fox that ends up being true. Don't get me wrong, but I think he has the cheat sheet. And he's there to cause chaos, right? But moving on, some more stuff that I wanted to get into. There is also what seems to be, at least in my opinion, a campaign to make it look like he's alive. So there is this account that joined on April of 2022. It's called Real Gonzalo Lira 01. And they posted this here. This picture that I've seen around. It seems to be a somewhat recent picture of him, but pretty cinematic picture of him. And we can go through these cheats or these here right now. So he types, "I've started this new account. We'll explain more later. Looking forward to telling you all what's been really going on, or what's really been going on. And Ukraine Truth, you miss me, MFer." So I noticed that he's using, or whoever it is behind this account, I can't rule out that it's him, but I will say just right from the get-go, not to try and sway your opinions, but I don't believe that this is him. But I will note a few things, and the reason why I would still talk about it. They are certainly using things that he has used before. So if you've listened to his podcast or his live streams, whatever you want to call it, he often uses motherfucker at the end of his, a lot of the times when he talks to people, especially when he's like, being emphatic. So they seem to have a decent grasp on what to use to almost make it sound like him, but it's not quite enough for me. But I'm just showing my bias at this point. Hey everyone, it's been a wild last few days, but I'm all right. Thank you for your concern. Just starting to get my bearings. Hopefully I can share more soon, but I am safe. GL, Gonzalo Lira. And if you've seen before, he has used GL. He did a double space, a Reddit space, and used GL before. He's never tagged it like that. So that's you can see that these people are using what he has used before in his tweets and in his mannerism when he types, but they don't I don't think they quite have it on the mark. It doesn't look real to me, but we read on. They may shut this down, but if you hear nothing else, if they finally get to me, or if I go off the grid, remember this. Zelensky is a puppet of Kolomoisky, who is a puppet himself. These two subjects, biolabs and Hunter Biden, which, interestingly enough, are like the only topics that Fox will talk about. They won't get into anything else. Not saying that biolabs aren't a problem or Hunter Biden isn't a problem, but it seems to be pretty mainstream talking points that we're getting from just like what you would get from a CIA outlet. From what I've been told, and I'll say this much because it's vitally important, the CIA wanted me gone. So did Zelensky and Kolomoisky, but the boys and girls at Langley more so. Why? Biolabs and Hunter Biden. SBU, which is the Ukrainian intelligence, kind of like the CIA there. CIA, the usual suspects, would love for me to take a photo holding up a newspaper or go live, because obviously I wouldn't be going live or holding up a Ukrainian newspaper. Ukraine is no longer save. Could be a typo, but I guess he meant to say safe for someone like me. To do so would expose my current location. And then we have him posting stuff about Brian Stelter with a wig. This was him before, wearing an Obama jersey. Maybe it's him, although the teeth do look like it's him. But, I mean, you could Photoshop anything, right? I guess. Be the change. And then you get this rather unflattering photo. You know, like, I'm not gay or anything, but I'm pretty sure I would rather him at on the left. I'm pretty sure I would rather him in this form. Yeah, pretty gross. But I mean, like, again, this is like really really watered down stuff. Why would he post this stuff? Like, does he really care that much about this one in particular? I mean, he does take offense when people post about him, like journalists and what he calls system pigs. But kind of interesting, like, why would he post this part? Unless he just wanted to show that he was with Obama. Maybe. Next one saying, how does Michael John Cirillo keep popping up in war zones with either direct or indirect involvement of Russia, Syria, Ukraine? Who funds his reporting in these war zones? Who gets him in and out unscathed? How does he end up embedded with Azov? Must take a lot of luck. Kind of types like him, like he would speak, to be honest. And I suppose it is a decent question to ask, isn't it? But is this him calling out her, him, whatever? Because, like, I think it's equally as easy to speculate that this could just be her trying to get attention. She'll take the this narcissist will take the attention however it gets it, right? So people are asking, why are you, like, people have been asking me in these comments and stuff, why are you using a new account? They say old accounts are compromised. I have not made a new Telegram. Michael John Cirillo is a system pig in lipstick and a CIA lackey, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But how are these old accounts compromised? If he's not out, right? If he hasn't been taken in or detained or anything like that, I don't understand why these old accounts are compromised. He's not saying much to back that up. And this is all we got from him here now. So they got your phone, but they didn't get your person. How? Excuse me, one sec. Ugh, I've been eating too much chili lately, and I think it's like burning my tonsils or something. I didn't say anything about them having my phone. I did say old accounts are compromised. And that's basically it. Now, there's a whole bunch of people, including what seems to be his mom. I'm not going to put her on the screen, just in case it is her, looking to get confirmation. Like, a bunch of people asking to email. Nobody has, since, at least to my knowledge, shown any reply on that front. To me, this looks pretty psyoppy. Okay, until there's like actual proof that this is him, I'm going to classify this under the fake and gay section. But I do think that it is somewhat noteworthy, even to just show, like, if this is fake, which I tend to believe it is, they are going to pretty decent lengths to make it look like him. And maybe it's a troll. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's not like some, well, it would be nefarious anyways, but like some intelligence nefarious purposes. You know what I mean? They are going to some pretty decent lengths to make it sound like him. You can almost read it in his voice, a lot of these things, and it would sound like him. But I do not believe that this is the case. What do you guys think? Take a look at the comments and some of the posts. Yeah, we could. We could. We'll go through this one first. If you're really Gonzalo, call your friend on Telegram by using someone's number because the guy's really, really worried. Yeah, like, why isn't he not going into Telegram? If you are the real Gonzalo Lira, show us video proof. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to give some video proof, to be honest. Especially because he gives, sorry, one thing that I didn't touch. He seems to be giving a picture that he is in Belarus. Okay, like right here, as you can see, Belarusian Knights. There's a picture of that in the background. I think this is Belarusian detailing, and it's just, it seems to be like it's like a gift shop of being in Belarus. Old, fake, and gay. Base Pepe. What if we did something like a reverse image search? What's it called again? Tin something? Reverse image search. Wow, did I just reach with an S? Is that what I just spelled? I don't know. Does this one even work? What's the one that's called? It's like Tin Eye. There we go. I always forget this. Zero matches on this. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. There's a lot of intelligence. There's a lot of CIA and stuff like that in Belarus. We've been through that on this channel. Let's go through some other ones. Oh, also, let me drop the link for you guys so you can search yourselves as well. Look at the bottom left on the picture. The seams don't line up. Look at that. Hey, look at you go, man. Yeah, look at this. There's a break here. There's a break there. So they give that break maybe to stop searches. Look at you go, man. Who said that in chat? Good job, man. Ultimate Sin. Good eye. Very good eye. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Yeah, so they distort it so that you can't search the picture. Now, I'm not very good at this stuff. How to repair that or something like that so that we can search it again. Yeah, and you can see the glass is like weird. Oh, this glows. This absolutely glows. It's interestingly enough, it does glow in the bottom left. It's like the perfect tell. Yeah, so I think we can safely say that there's a concerted effort to make it look like he is alive. There's another thing that I found too. There's some channel. Hold on. This one's weird too. I was trying to find some more information on this. I bookmarked it, Glow Malaysia. So let's see here. All right, so check this out. Gonzalo Lira is in hiding, and it's from the Green Party of Malaysia. And I mean, you can see it. This channel has been around for ages, since 2011. And you know, there's all kinds of video, but all of a sudden it starts posting stuff about Gonzalo Lira from as early as 3 days ago. And these are the glowiest videos I've seen in a long time. Just check this out. There's 3 or 4 of them. Sorry about your ears. Gonzalo Lira not dead yet. Gonzalo Lira is this music, man. Like, what the heck? This is like Q-tar glowy stuff. Escaped to Belarus apparently, but lost his internet identity. He started a new Twitter account. Or is it fake? Hey everyone, it's been a wild last few days, but I'm all right. Thank you for your concern. Just starting to get my bearings. Hopefully I can share more soon, but I am safe. Good luck. So just giving the tweets of this. So like they have this Glow account, or what seems to me to be a Glow account, to create this, and then they amplify it with videos like this. And like as soon as this came out, as soon as these guys came out here, like these guys started posting videos on it out of nowhere. And like all of this stuff is, look, and again, this is a different video, and it's just using the same audio over and over. Don't believe anything you read, half of what you see. And if you do read something, read between the lines, see Ritter. This is totally like how they like pulled like Operation Trust QAnon or whatever you want to call it. It's like this same kind of feeling to it. And it seems to employ this psychological, I forget what it's called, but you know how like if you win it's great, if you lose it's bad, but at least you have a conflict resolution. Whereas some people actually would prefer a loss to a tie, right? Like maybe not in sports, but like because the points are involved. But like at least with a loss, there's resolution. But a tie, nobody wins, nobody loses, and you're kind of just like stuck in limbo. All right, and it seems like they're playing that psychological or that psychology here. And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of different channels. I didn't go too much into looking these guys because we would just go down like a stupid rabbit hole. But it does certainly seem like there is a concerted effort to flood the search channels, the search engines, whatever, and different social media with stuff that can conflate what's going on. Any truth or facts that we could find with stuff that we can't verify. Yeah. All right, let's see what you guys got in the chat for me. Base chili enthusiast. I'll be done. Yeah. It's I'm using too many peppers. They're burning my throat. Especially if he had his password manager on it. Let's see. Plus, if he had any metadata on his uploads on YouTube, Telegram, it would have been easier to find him. Okay, that's fair. You can go either way for me. I've followed him off and on since CRP and the Qmite days, and he's a wild card. It's fair, maybe. And maybe he distorted that picture so that they couldn't get metadata on it. I don't know, but that doesn't make sense to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Biting Eye, by the way, is there like comments, a specific comment that you wanted me to cover that was on that? Let me know. And you can also link them here. I got the stuff there for you. The wrenches that you have, you can post links. Let's see. Someone needs to go through that chat and the super chats. Perhaps it might shine some light on who turned him in. or what information caused him to compromise his information. Okay, so I was looking at the chats a lot when he was doing live streams, and what it seemed to me is that they really wanted to goad him into showing his location. They were always doing that. Like the glowies that were in his chat were always saying like, "You're not actually in Ukraine. Post it for proof," that kind of stuff. So they really wanted to get his location, and he obliged at one point. Like he made a video of him walking down the street of where he was, and that was not smart at all. Like especially if he's going around with his phone or a smartphone, they could triangulate him like that, right? So that is sketchy. What he did there, that was not a smart decision. Hopefully he has learned his lesson if he's alive, but So Scott Ritter is a bad actor. I'm so glad. I've been deep diving conspiracies for almost 15 years now, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Scott isn't a controlled puppet. You never know, man. You never know, because for those that haven't been around this channel for a while, we've covered Scott Ritter's sex charges, or whatever you want to call it. Like he was... there's been 2 times he's been arrested. One time for flirting with a girl who he thought was overage, but was playing as as an underage, like role playing as an underage, and that girl ended up being a glowy, right? And then another time, if I'm not mistaken, was him talking to whom he thought was an underage person and got busted then. Now, bear in mind, he was also vocal against the Bush administration with the weapons of mass destruction and stuff like that, and this all happened around that same time. So I don't know, but he doesn't seem to be denying this stuff, right? He could be compromised, right? He gives us a lot of good information, so I still listen to Scott Ritter, but I don't necessarily trust him. Let's put it that way. So it's a good point to make. That's the best of the worst we could hope for, Godslayer. Let's see. It's a fake account, most likely created someone who is going to grift for donation money. I think that's a really strong chance as well. Yeah. Nada, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass out links if you need to. They kept bringing Pischenic, ex-CIA CFR, on to lie about radioactive isotopes on the ballots. Oh, yeah, with that stuff. Yeah. Chris just mentioned someone on Twitter claiming to be Lira, said he made it out of Ukraine and is safe, but his online accounts have been compromised. Don't know if it's true. Could be a fake account, and that's what we went through just then. And yeah, I agree. It doesn't seem very reliable at the moment. Who knows? But I don't trust it. Michael Z was talking about AJ's controlled opposition. He fired David Knight for opposing the January 6th protest, saying it'd be a psyop and that Trump was in on it 1 year to the date. He said the exact same thing, and David Knight was correct, wasn't he? At least in my opinion. Certainly seems like that in my opinion. But I'll try and keep on topic here today. Sorry, I'm all over the place, I know. Eating Chile? Coincidence? No, I actually wasn't eating, to be honest, I wasn't eating chili. I was eating chili peppers and cumin in with like it was a rice, and I like cumin with shrimp, to be honest. I know it sounds weird. So I made a rice and shrimp dish, and yeah, it's been burning my throat because I put in way too much like chili oils and stuff. I'm not the best cook. I'm okay at cooking, but I'm not the best. Anyways, I'll shut up about that. Look at the bottom left of that picture. Okay, cool. Let's catch up. The Belarus picture. Finally wised up and decided to lay low for a while. It could be wrong like Scotty. Yeah, one can only hope, but I mean, we're at day 6 now of his missing. So he said, if I'm gone more than 12 hours, assume I'm dead, and went MIA. And he seemed committed to that. So I don't see any reason why this would be not the case, to be honest. Fake enhance. I don't have like the Star Trek computer. Zoom in, enhance. Read WTF Ultimate Son just wrote, messes up reverse. Yeah, that really good eye on that, catching that picture, by the way. I sense the glow about this image. Yeah. Confirmed replicant. Yeah. New friends don't even know how bad it got. He literally deleted his entire channel in hopes of getting on the good list again. The men don't want to mess up this one final chance. Talking about Gonzalo, is that what you're saying? Laliki Naknek says, only thing we can do is be positive and wait for Lira to post a video of himself again, or I need to see a corpse of CRP before I fully believe he died. Pretty dark, to be honest. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think you're going to get that closure from these guys. I think what we're seeing now from Brian Stelter with a wig and other things, they're going to try and convolute the info so that we're stuck in this limbo of whether or not he is alive or dead. I think that's what's going to be happening here, right? And they're going to keep us wondering and not looking up the crimes and all the other stuff. It's they can use this to their advantage right now to keep us all busy rather than looking up things about Ukraine and exposing it, right? Because they've taken out one of the biggest dissenters, right? And they have a bunch of the other people now spending their time looking at this. Now, I'm not saying it's a waste of time to wonder where Gonzalo is or demand like proof of life or death. I'm not saying that, but it is buying them time to cycle out their psyops for the next. Bear that in mind too. See if it is fake, and it looks like it is. They are worried too many people care about Gonzalo. Yep, there's that as well. And I think they'd be afraid to show he's dead if they've already killed him. I mean, I don't know if a lot of these guys even have the capacity to treat a prisoner well. They're so radicalized at this point. You know, I don't know if they have that in their capacity. So they can't let him out. I don't think they'll ever be able to let him out. So I got a feeling that they've offed him. Sloppy job, Alphabet Boys. It's always a sloppy job with these guys lately. They want to make sure that the standard is low, right? The role playing, that was Ritter, right? Yes, it was Ritter. I think he's dead. On April 7th, he made an unlisted video to his patrons saying he had a heart condition and didn't expect to live long. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Sorry to those that are in chat that I haven't gotten to yet. Let's go through this, though. CRP Patreon exclusive.
This is a pretty serious video, and I'm putting it on Patreon exclusively because, well, quite frankly, you guys on
Oh, no. Can you guys hear this?
Patreon are like my
I'm sorry,
fans.
I'm using a one
I mean,
earphone.
I assume that if you're paying $5 a month
the other side doesn't
for my
work,
content,
and I'd have to switch
you
over,
really
which
like
would
my
end up
content,
causing
right?
this to
So I'm only going to be putting this here, and I don't.
Sorry, I shouldn't talk when he is. If you can hear it, type a 1 in chat if you can hear him.
I want to make a big to-do about this video and some of the things I'm going to be talking about. I just want you to take the basic message from this video. Okay, let me explain. See, recently I found out that it is unlikely I'm going to live very long because of a heart condition that I have.
And I'm going to pause it just until I get a response. You can hear it? Okay. Just give me 1 second, okay? I'm going to... Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Just give me a second. I just need to go restart this so I can hear it.
This is a pretty serious video, and I'm putting it on Patreon exclusively because, well, quite frankly, you guys on Patreon are like my hardcore fans, okay? I mean, I assume that if you're paying $5 a month for my content, I mean, you really like my content, right? So I'm only going to be putting this here, and I don't want to make a big to-do about this video and some of the things I'm going to be talking about. I just want you to take the... So anyway, that's the reality, and it's... led me to think.
Sorry about the wait, guys. I'm having some issues, but I think I got it now. It was it's mono sound and it's in the ear that I can't hear. I apologize. I need a better setup. Okay, I got it now, and I'm gonna shut up, and we'll listen to it one more time. Once again, I'm very sorry.
This video, and I'm putting it on Patreon exclusively because, well, quite frankly, you guys on Patreon are like my hardcore fans, okay? I mean, I assume that if you're paying $5 a month for my content, I mean, you really like my content, right? So I'm only going to be putting this here, and I don't want to make a big to-do about this video and some of the things I'm going to be talking about. I just want you to take the basic message from this video. Okay, let me explain. See, recently I found out that it is unlikely I'm going to live very long because of a heart condition that I have. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it because it's nobody's business but my own. But it's fairly serious, and the likelihood is that I'm not going to be around for more than 18 months, 24 months, something like that. Okay?
Okay, and this was just over a year ago now.
So anyway, that's the reality, and it's led me to think a lot about the issue of time. When you're young, you don't realize how limited time really is. You throw it away in all kinds of stupid things. Things that you know at the time that it's happening that they're just not worth it. They're not worth you throwing away your time on something. It could be like some party or some activity, some job, some business, whatever. But you throw away time because you're a rich man insofar as time is concerned. You might be poor insofar as money. You might be poor insofar as education or opportunities. But when you're young, you've got a surfeit of time. And you just throw it away. And that's a huge mistake. That's a huge mistake that I deeply regret. But, you know, we all go through it. I'm here to tell you as a 53-year-old man that you have to be very careful of your time because you're not going to get any more of it. So you better use it wisely. And so, of course, this brings me to the next thing that happens, which is that, see, when you get into your 20s and 30s, you start using your time better, but you start, how can I put it, throwing away your emotions. Yeah, you'll find that in your late 20s and into your 30s and your early 40s, you become incredibly upset about things. And things really bug you, drive you up the wall, lead to you like blowing up at people and stuff. Yeah. Or it leads to you worrying about things that you cannot control. Because just as you have an emotional reaction to something that, you know, your emotional reaction is not going to change that thing. A lot of times you worry about stuff that is just beyond your ability to control it. See? You worry and worry about things that are, you know, going to be decided by luck or by the priorities and decisions of other people that you can't talk to or whose decision you can't influence. So it's pointless to worry, just as it's pointless to have an emotional outburst over something or other. But in your 30s, and mostly your 30s, but also a little bit into your 40s, you're going to have a lot of both of these emotional outbursts and these bouts of worrying about stuff. I'm here to tell you, don't fall into that either. Just as you shouldn't fall into the trap of throwing away time, as you do when you're young, don't fall into the trap of throwing away your emotional energy. As time moves forward, you'll find that the cost, the emotional cost of getting all upset about something or other, or worrying about something that you can't control, that cost is going to be too much. You know, when you're young, when you're like in your early 30s, you are rich enough insofar as your emotions to afford to throw it away on getting all upset about something or other. And then you regret it later because it takes a lot out of you. And that is something that I regret now, that I spent a lot of time getting all upset about things that I shouldn't have. I should have just been mellow about it, and worrying about things that I could not control. The thing you should do with your time, and your emotional energy for that matter, is focus on the things that you can actually control. And focus on the things that you actually enjoy. So much of my time, I realize retrospectively, I spent on things that I didn't really care about. I mean, and I'm lucky, okay? Because I designed my life to spend it doing mostly things that I really liked. But looking back on it, I spent a long time doing things that I didn't like. And like I said, I was lucky because I had this notion that I'm going to be smart about how I live my life in that regard, of never having a boss, because that was a real thing, okay? It wasn't so much I had this conscious determination of doing only the things that I wanted to do. No, it was more like, I am never going to have a boss. I am never going to have to report to somebody and you know, jump through somebody else's hoops. I am never going to live that life. And because of that decision, which, as I've explained in other videos, is the result of me having a horrible relationship with my own man. Well, as a result of that decision, I usually wound up doing things that I enjoyed. But even so, rather than focus on not having a boss, I should have been focused on doing the things that I actually enjoy and squeezing as much as I could out of every moment. You guys know how Neil Peart, the drummer for Rush, is like my big hero, despite all his flaws, because he had flaws like everybody. He was, you know, I mean, truth be told, he was a lousy writer. I'm actually reading all of his books. I'd never gotten around to it because I was a little bit nervous about reading them, and I understand why, because I'm reading the books and they're not very good. They're not very well written, okay? But anyway, he was a great lyricist, at least, and that's the important thing. But anyway, the point. He once said something really wise. He said that every day he woke up and asked himself, first thing in the morning, what is the most excellent thing I can do today? And then he would go and do that thing. That's an exceptionally intelligent way to live your life. What is the most excellent thing I can do today? And then go out and do it. That's something that, again, I didn't do as much of. Yeah, a lot of times I wasted my time. A lot of times I just goofed off. A lot of times I just threw it away playing stupid video games, because I'm not against all video games. I'm against some of them, okay? The ones I like are like, you know, Tetris and Sudoku and that kind of crap. And I spent hours and hours. One time on a Sudoku,
that's my favorite video game too, Sudoku. Yeah.
My phone, I actually checked up on how much time I'd spent on the fucking thing. And I'd spent 120 hours. 120 hours. That's 5 consecutive days, night and day, on a stupid game in the course of like a couple of months. And I think about that, of like all the time I threw away on garbage. And now looking forward to the limited time I have available to me. It's depressing. It's depressing to realize that I frittered so much time away. And so that's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm making this video. Be smarter than me. Don't fritter away your time. It's the time you have is the only time you're ever going to get. And there's no way to get any more back. No matter how much money you have and how many connections or this guy or that guy you can talk to. There's nobody to talk to. There's nobody to pay. You can't get any more time. And so focus on these things. I'm still going to be making videos because I enjoy them. But I want you to be thinking about time, okay? Because I certainly am. Yes.
So that's, you know, I've heard from a few people that he was possibly dying, but he never talked about it much, and I've never gotten this video sent to me. So thank you. I don't know if I can find the person in chat at this point because there was a lot of people. But for those that I noticed that there's a few coming in after there was some internet problems. The reason why we had that on was
about this.
He was talking about he is not going to live. This was April 2021, and he said he had no more than about 18 months to live. So I don't know if he, you know, died of a heart attack or something like that immediately, which would probably be better than being picked up by the SBU. But it at least kind of shines some light onto why he would I guess, quote unquote, give up the time that he had with his family, because he didn't have much time left anyways. And I suppose, I don't know his heart, so, but it seems like he chose to spend that time calling out a corrupt and evil regime. That's what it seems like to me. Maybe I'm wrong. That's just my opinion. What do you guys think in the chat? And I'll try and catch up to what's being said in the chat there now. I wonder, did CRP have a death wish? Could he have had a heart attack? Talk about stress. Yeah, that probably wouldn't help, eh? I don't care about his medical condition either. Turning to stone, no feelings whatsoever. Okay. Am I missing something to that? Sorry, friend. Sorry if I missed the context of that. Majin Lucien said it showed up at 4chan earlier today. That's why I saved it anyways. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. That's Majin Lucien. Thank you. Mad Max 1984. He was expected to live up to 2 more years. Okay. A year and 1 week and 1 day before his disappearance. The 15th. Yeah, the 15th was the last day that he posted something. Yeah. It is a 1-year-old video. Yes, it is. Twitwit. Sheriff of YouTube says CRP had a death wish from being a YouTuber. That's well. I can't disagree with that. Total utter nutter. Better to burn out than fade away. Yeah, go out with guns blazing. Scarface that shizzle. I could see that. Celtic Knot says he disappeared in a cloud of fake stories. Face it, he's gone. Yeah, I tend to believe this. I don't believe those that are denying he is dead. I certainly wouldn't believe Brian Stelter with a wig. So, yeah. Fair. A sobering comment, but a fair comment. I don't think it's inappropriate to say, to be honest. Ken Romero says, if he chose to go out as a legend, speaking truth to power, could explain his death wish. Yes. I agree. Yeah. That's what I was thinking when I was going through this. Let's see. CRP had a bad case of Mikator syndrome. Is Mikator, has he passed? I know that like he had a fatal condition or whatever. Mr. Mikator, I can't spell his name, whatever. They'll get it. Is he gone now? Whoa, they really disappeared this guy, didn't they? I'm using DuckDuckGo, I know, but yeah. Mitakur. What am I doing, Mikator? Am I going dyslexic in my old age? Is that what's going on? Seems like he's... They're comparing him to Mikator here as well. Seems like he's still kicking. Is he like terminal? Like what happened with Mikator? Because like I didn't really follow him, to be honest with you. He was literally calling out Nazis, or calling the Nazis out, and we could hear bombs dropping about 150 meters from him. Yeah, it takes balls. Lemon Party, I agree. I likened it to Bill Cooper above in chat. Bill was dying from a couple different serious organ issues. Really? That I didn't know. I just know about how he got shot or whatever by the authorities on his property. Do you still have that awesome motorcycle? To the Sheriff of YouTube. I'll let you guys talk that one out. Just check out Bill's autopsy. Talk about Bill Cooper, Milton Cooper. All kinds of liver and lower organ issues. Okay. And that's why they say he was like a drinker and stuff like that, right? They like paint him out to be like a drunk. Not saying that he was or whatever. I don't know. Mikator syndrome is bad. It's not as bad as Ralph a male. Ethan Ralph. Yeah, the old gun stream. Let's see. I'm the best from the top on down. Yeah, everybody go, Oh, you know what? I shouldn't even start doing that because I'll end up like picking that up. Yep. That kind of grinded my gears a little bit. Yeah. I don't mind it so much now, where I think he's gone. But yeah, I can imagine. I can see how it's a little annoying. Ultimate Sin says, "So I think unfortunately he is gone, and he wanted to go out doing something honorable, and that Twitter account is fake because it's not what he would be saying in this situation." I don't think so either. This dude helped. Oh no! I'm just like Sudoku. You guys. Wait, Abidam, why do you have so many alt-right Gamergate chatters in your chat? So a lot of people that follow Coach Red Pill, I would say they're, close to that persuasion. I also do some, advertising. I show my channel sometimes on poll in like places like Chug and stuff like that. So you'll get a few like that here. I kind of feel at home with them, to be honest with you. Gumted. CRP can say, superstar. Snarky. Okay, that dude helped a lot of neck-bearded incels deal with the cope more productively. Yeah. I've caught a few of the clips. Like I was saying yesterday, I haven't gone through much of it, but I caught a few of the clips, and it seems like he was, he taught a lot of people how to, chat with women, have a decent mindset when it comes to that, being more alpha as opposed to just like a cuck. Yeah. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Let's see. I remember when I first started being able to talk to chicks. That was a fun time. If you're starved of fresh reaction vidya, press F for Gonzalo Lira Lopez. Okay, I'll check that out in one sec, but I got to catch up with the chat. Just give me a moment. We'll watch that in 1 second.
What is going on?
Okay. Oh, for those that didn't see also, while I'm just going through the chat again, let me see if I can get a good... If someone didn't see this today, I put this on like YouTube Shorts, so I don't know how I don't know if you guys get these, but him talking about the system pigs when he was right in front of them, this was absolutely based in my opinion. Hold on a second.
Check that out.
Let me get this up and the audio on. Just a sec.
All the System Pig journalists are here. See? All these people, they're all System Pig journalists. They're all like, here to report on how they led Ukraine up the garden path, and now Ukraine is fucked. Yeah. The people pushing the narrative. These are the people pushing the narrative. So you can see them. See them real good. Yeah. And the best part is that they're all staying at a 5-star hotel, a comfy 5-star hotel, while they led Ukraine up the garden path.
Absolutely based. I think that's based. How many people get a chance to do that too? I've done it a few times, like when I walk past CBC, I call them like the nation's biggest welfare recipient and stuff like that. Like I've called them out a good few times, like when I walk past them. But to get a room full of them, like that is beautiful, and just not give a crap about these people. Let's see. Ritter must be a Google asset. He would not be on all the checked YouTube YouTuber channels like he is a god when it is well known he's a child predator. Very interesting how nobody mentions this, huh? It is. I gotta say, there is something a little off with that. Little off with that, indeed. I agree. Well, wouldn't Ritter have had to have a connection to Gonzalo? I don't know. I mean, they talk about the same stuff, right? So they often, YouTubers look to connect. That is one thing to bear in mind, right? And maybe they don't care so much because Ritter can be a good source because he does know his stuff, whether or not he's a diddler, right? Gonzalo's PC for the stream interview. You can never trust a YouTuber. No, you can't. You cannot. You don't know these people, and including myself, right? Like, I'm not excluding myself from it. You can't just believe anything people say. You can't just follow them. You don't know, like, who of these people have paid for, like, comments and likes and subs and stuff like that. You can't trust YouTubers. And, like, there has to take a certain level of narcissism to really, especially if you're talking about this kind of stuff. Like, it has to be worth your while in some way to take the targeting and whatever it is that will come your way if you keep talking about truth and stuff like that. There's a certain level of narcissism that kind of anybody has to have, and I don't count myself from that. You know. Let's see, to not be running a LARP for donations. Yeah, and then there's that, and especially of the past few years, right? How they've all normalized this. If you're okay, coach, say, Oh. It made me giggle. But I probably, I shouldn't be laughing at this kind of stuff, but it was still, I don't know his heart. I wasn't trying to make a pun with the I don't know his heart. I'm just talking about, All right, moving on. He's fighting the locale uprising. Oh, it's okay. An ultimate sin. Let's see. I'm kind of lost in a bit of these comments there now. No, Miyakura is currently at war with Nick Fuentes and Ralph. These guys seem to be at each other's throats all the time, huh? This is what I think, like, with these guys. Like, I think that they're there as planted drama. Like, if you guys have been in, like, the truth movement or whatever you want to call it, the truthers, Sheriff of YouTube knows these guys. Like, but this feud that these two channels and then the other ones that kind of satellite around them, Montagraph and Caliber Hitter, maybe Russian Vids you can kind of throw in with that. They all fight each other, and then, like, if someone gets in their way, they all, like, team up to go against that one person, and then when there's not enough drama or chaos to stir up with the externals, like, they just start fighting each other again. Like, that's what I think that these guys are. Like Medeker and Ethan Ralph, and there was a whole bunch of them. I forget half of the names because they're so forgettable at this moment. But remember, like, that time, what was it, 2016, 2015, 2016, and it was called, like, they called YouTube DramaTube. Like, I got a feeling that a lot of that was planted in so that YouTube would have casus belli or carte blanche to just start putting in rules that were never there before. I believe that this is the case with a lot of these people, especially with Gunt and Mikadur. Let's see. Mikadur is making videos all the time. All right, I gotta catch up on some of these. Are all these poll lurkers in here? I'm officially far radical alt-right now. No, I'm not though. I go on poll. Doesn't mean that I agree with everything that's on there. I don't think anybody can possibly agree with everything that's on there. I think poll is a good. Actually, I've done some baking there where I got the best information I could ever find, and it had nothing to do with opinions on things, and it had nothing to do with ideology. One of the things that I did before was I baked a general for about 10 to 12 days, and it was on the Wuhan Gate stuff. I called it Wuhan Gate, WGG, and I did bakes on that, and it had nothing to do with the ideology or anything like that, and these people who would normally be considered alt-right or whatever gave some of the best information, and I was able to put together so much stuff that showed the involvement between USAID, which is a CIA front, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, EcoHealth, and stuff like that. And I'm positive that that was used by a lot of mainstream outlets, well, more mainstream outlets like Fox, like Steve Bannon's outfit, whatever he's got going on there, because they definitely cruise on poll. I think the Indians, a lot of the Indian, like the subcontinent of India, that country, right? They took a lot of that information as well and ran with it. And I don't think you'd be able to do that anywhere else. Poll's a great place if you want to, if you know how to use it, right? Doesn't mean that you have to agree with these people. And I still agree on a lot of things, but there's a lot of things I disagree. And that's what politics is supposed to be about. So don't lump me in with everybody that you think about Poll. Don't lump the other ones in as well. The culture is also pretty fun. And the memes are the dankest. You're not going to find anywhere else that's better in memes. This is where I get half of my memes from. Poll's a very toxic crowd. Again, you shouldn't lump them all together. You should definitely not lump them all together. I came from the Dugan expose 2 weeks ago. Honestly, that guy is scum. Yeah, he's a cultist, and he's got his own problems, doesn't he? Yeah, I certainly don't trust him at all. Excuse me. Chili's making a comeback. Poll is a way of life at this point. Neck-bearded incels deal with the cope. This is cope and seethe. Cope and seethe. Sort of like a gorilla mindset, if you will. Maybe. The Ligma mindset. Yeah, it's probably more like it. Jannies keep banning me. Oh, the Jannies. Jannies are so controlled. So infiltrated. He didn't really teach people any PUA techniques, pickup techniques. He served as an internet dad for young men, basically. Yeah, I think that seems to be more like what it is. But you know what? You can't just these cheap pickup techniques kind of work sometimes. But that's not, maybe for pleasure it will increase, but not for happiness. Whereas it seemed like a lot of the stuff that he was talking about was to increase happiness. And from the confidence that you can gain from that, you are better suited for a woman, right? Yeah, it wasn't like some of this superficial, shallow garbage that you found all over the internet. That's what I got from that. Although, again, I haven't seen too much of it. He had a lot of great content. Head over to CRP Archive YouTube channel and check him out. Half the vids are about women, the other half, the other good shit. Cool, man. All right, yeah, I'll check it out. Fuck these room-dwelling nationalists try to be trad Polacks. Well, I mean, you agreed with them. They've been around for a long time now, Natnek. I don't know how to say your actual name. You've gotten along with them for a long time. Maybe you have more in common with them than you believe, right? And maybe they've been led down the wrong path in some ways. But I think we all share a certain common bond, which is disillusionment with the system that we have right now. I think I don't think there's any need to just hate anybody that doesn't believe exactly like you do. Calm yourself, friend. Calm yourself. We're all friends here. Balls of Steel, indeed. Yeah, with his calling out these professional liars. Yeah, it was great. Link to the restaurant video. If you go to CRP, I downloaded it so it wouldn't get deleted. So if you go to CRP, oh dang it, that was the video we were gonna watch. Hold on.
What is?
Hold on. I'll get that for you. I put it on my channel, but I didn't link the original because I'm an idiot. I just quickly put it up, and I haven't really been uploading in a while, so. Red pill. Go away, doctors. I gotta go into videos. Doesn't show up on the front. Here it is. Oh, not image address. Copy link. Yeah, that's the video where he's telling him off. Coach, no fucks, Bill. Yeah, the one guy waves. Yeah, yeah. It's great. Comfy narrative pushers. Yeah. I'm thinking he went to Kiev for a heart checkup to visit the best doctor there, possibly. I wonder what these people, when they were studying, felt their lives would be like in their careers in journalism. Did you think they dreamed of being Goebbels' wet dream? No, they totally don't realize how Nazified they are, in my opinion. They think that they're doing the right thing, and some of them just don't care. They just want like a good living. They want to get paid 6 figures to just basically shovel out whatever they need to shovel out, right? They haven't thought that far, in my opinion, the vast majority of them. Okay, it's not toxic. It's like a community of projecting self-hatred that sometimes results into self-harm. Give me a hug, gore posting. Well, is gore posting really from the people who actually go there, or is gore posting a way to get people off of that site? Because in my opinion, that's what it seems like. When people post gore, it's because they want you to be repulsed from staying there. There's a lot of glowies on that, right? I bet you like a lot of the stuff that you are attributing to Pol as in general is really from a bunch of glowtards. That's my guess. My message got split up. Wouldn't Ritter have had to connect Gonzalo's PC for the interview? That could have been a way to get his location. Okay, yeah. Maybe. Gotcha. Okay, so if Ritter was like let's say a double agent or something, whatever you want to call it. It's not the best thing to say. But you know what I mean, right? Like he's not who he says he is, and maybe they would have to connect to him and they get his IP. Possible. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Pedophiles are virtuous? No. Non-practicing pedophiles are harmless? Not really. Not really. Depends on what they don't practice. If they want to speak out against it, maybe they can counteract it. I don't know. Only trust old ladies. They speak truth and don't give an F. Yeah, I'm going to go with a big okay groomer. They reported on it. They'd be pedophobic. Is that what they call it now? Pedophobic? They're going to try that? No other place like it. Bigotry against child rapists has to be stopped. Okay, groomer. All right, enough of that stuff. Let's see. Avidan, will you be doing a video on the list of names Gonzalo mentioned in Zelensky's regime? Yes. Yes, I've been thinking about that for a long time. And in fact, I don't know, would you guys rather that I did a video of my own research, or did you guys like want to do like dive into this on another live stream? I tell you what, I'll make a poll on this. That's a really good question because I have been thinking about it too. We'll call it Gonzalo's list. If you want me to do like a research on my own and make a pre-made video on it, I'll have that on the poll. And would you rather do a live stream where we can like collaborate with information? Just let me know. So I'll post that poll there now and let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Good question, by the way. Nick Fuentes is growing in strength. I'm sure he has enough help behind him. To be honest, Nick Fuentes, he's got, he looks like he glows himself. He's like the next Milo, a less gay Milo, kind of less gay Milo. Let's see. I baked La Palma. La Palma was good. I miss La Palma. That was the craziest footage, man. Monty is a god. He's pathetic and gross and slimy, but compared to the YouTubers we have now, Monty def is a brave being. Yeah, he was the like wedge to open the door and stuff. The pedos are over at B, LGBT, and MLP, not on Pol. Yeah. They will never be normal on Pol. They try, but they'll never be normal. The only thing that they can really slip in through is like the anime of like questionably young-looking characters. That's really all, and they all seem to be in like the coronavirus general. Remember that, and like a lot in Chug as well. Got to say that. I will mention that. Not so much in UHG, but like in a lot of those types of threads where like you got to wonder if it's been like there so that they can control the limited hangout, you know. Current B was a mistake. Yeah. I haven't been on B since I was like 25, man. It's once you get to a certain age and you look at B, you're like, whoa, okay, I'm out. So none of these teeny boppers for me, man. America's Frontline Doctors is another PSYOP organization which actually has links to the finders. Well, I have not seen anything on the finders. A lot of these people, the frontline doctors, seem to have ties to, you notice how like a lot of them are Christian, or they proclaim to be Christian? When you start going into them, you'll start finding the New Apostolic Reformation, which has ties to the Knights of Malta. Who was the black chick from Frontline Doctors? Big black lady. Stella Emanuel. I've talked about this before, but it's been a long time. I think she was in with Frontline Doctors, yeah? Not Stella Guakundu. Stella Emanuel. Is it Stella Emanuel? Texas? Frontline MDs. Okay, Stella Emanuel. All right, and she has a website, right? And if I look up, listen, if you want to figure out like who's part of this New Apostolic Reformation, which if you haven't heard of this before and you're like wondering about infiltration of the Christian Church by it's essentially Catholics, okay? Look up spiritual warfare, okay? And I'm not saying that spiritual warfare doesn't exist, okay? What I'm saying is that this is a term that has been co-opted by these people, all right? But take a look at these people. You can go onto her. She had a website anyways. I don't know if she still has it. I don't know if I can find it. But yeah, this is her, America's Frontline Doctors. And she's all about the spiritual warfare. And she's part of this Fire Power Ministries. This is another term. They love the fire and the glory and all that stuff. And they love signs and wonders and all this stuff, right? Because they come out of like super charismatic Pentecostal churches. This is where they basically started up in. But yeah, a lot of these people are, you can tie them straight to the New Apostolic Reformation, which is Trump's spiritual advisor. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. Paula White. She was part of it as well. NAR and Word of Faith. She's the one with the angels. The angels right now. Calling for angels right now. Angels from Africa right now. Yeah, that one. There's a whole bunch of them too. But they have infiltrated the Republican side. Okay? And it's no longer like, listen, it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or not that you're listening to this, right? Like I am a Christian, yes, but these people are infiltrating the right. All right? That's the problem. Whether you're Christian or not, they're infiltrating the right, and they are steering the narrative to a bunch of BS. So they've had their test run in Christianity because they are so off the cuff. Like, just for example, we'll just watch this real quick. This is an example of how they act.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound.
Right. So their job, I mean, she's not crazy, okay? All right? Like it's my opinion, this woman's not crazy. She is intentionally being a straw man of craziness so that people can point to her and say, this person's crazy, the right is crazy, that stuff. That's what I think is going on. Another example of this, Todd Bentley. You know what? Let's not do that one. That's almost a bit demonic. Todd Bentley... polio. What if I look that up? There you go. Todd Bentley kicks a guy with polio in order to heal him.
Lord, I command paralysis of this leg to loose. And he began to feel. In Jesus' name. Can you feel that? Sir, can you feel any sensation right now?
I can feel some heat.
You feel some heat?
Yes.
Right now.
See, heat and fire. They love talking about this heat and fire. They're all about that stuff. I don't know if I can find it. I forget who he kicks with polio. I think it is him. Hold on.
Command polio. 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 I just command healing in that leg. Can you feel that? Polio. Polio.
Right. So these people they know what they're doing. They're grifters, number one, first and foremost. But they were here to do a psyop on Christians, and this is a test run. And they wanted to make these Christians look crazy. So then you had the Calvinists come in and point to these guys and say they're crazy, so that they don't look like a bunch of occultic douchebags like the Calvinists are. No offense to Calvinists out there, but you've been just as fooled as any of these people as you point and laugh at them. And this was a test run. This was, I don't know, 2011 to 2014 that they test ran this. And then they infiltrated Republican politics. This is where these guys ended up. And they're all throughout it. All right. And in with the talking points that Republicans use, like America's frontline doctors. Okay. So yeah, great point. Great point. About half and half on that poll, huh? Maybe I'll do both. Like I'll do my own pre-made and we can go through our own and you can, it's pretty close. So I can make a video and then we can then go through the live stream. I tell you what, I'll do both and I'll end the poll, get it out of your way. Thank you guys. Sorry to have that in your way. Bajumi Nonstrom, I baked a base glowy state pig womble shroom once on a dank cope. Let's see. Enough about this CRP already. Like, come on, people were already crying on their live streams, spreading the news Gonzo is dead. It was hilarious. I don't think it should be forgotten, but there's a certain point that you have here, Natnek. What they'll want from us is to be stuck on this now and just talk about only him. All right. And I don't mind doing it for the next couple of days, and I'll certainly be bringing up his name many times from here on in. Don't get me wrong. But they do want us. It looks like from what I'm seeing from Brian Stelter with a wig and all those people, they want us stuck on this so that we don't cover anything else. So I think the greatest thing that someone just brought up with Alan Barrett just said, to be covering the list of names, like start getting back to the work of what's going on. And I will certainly be doing that. I don't want to be covering this all the time, but we don't want to forget about him either. If there's one thing 4th Chan has taught me is that every one of us doesn't trust the powers that be. Yeah. That's the thing about Paul, right? And I got to hand it to Paul, right? Paul had every reason to jump on the bandwagon of Zelensky because of the NatSoc that's in the country. And sure, maybe there's some of them that fell for it. I don't think so, though. And for all the glowing shillery that's happening over there right now, trying to get people to cheer for the quote-unquote Nazis in Ukraine, Paul is like, no. No. Z. Screw you, Ukraine. Screw the Ukraine. And I mean, like, you can see why they would, but I'm proud of Paul. They were given the opportunity to hop on the bandwagon because it's one of them, or they could perceive it as one of them. And instead they were like, no, screw you. Screw you. No more brother wars. It's good stuff. They don't know what to do with people in Pole. They just refuse to jump on bandwagons, right? They have to like really psyop these people anyways in order to get them to do anything they want. I'm usually the first one to join the discussion about potential psyops. Just haven't seen much from AFD aside from Simone yelling about HCQ and then getting arrested post-January. Okay, yeah. 4chan's thinks the little hats are ruling on top. Short-sighted cum bubble blowing sock jerkers. They do because it's been... Oh, sorry. 2 reasons. Because I don't know. Do you believe the Vatican, I think, right? Natnek? They always talk about... The glowies will always bring up the little hats. Not saying that there aren't little hats involved, again. But have you ever tried posting about Jesuits over there? It gets pruned. Posting about Jesuits will get pruned on poll, most likely. I've seen it happen many times. Okay? So there's a concerted effort to redirect anything that is blaming like the real powers that be, the ones that are truly on top, and just saying the Jews did it, right? That is like one of the, and I suppose it's been the most successful, but that's how these people operate, right? That's how glowies operate. They need to misdirect. Let's see. It's been removed from YouTube. Checking Odyssey 1 sec. Oh, the shorts, really? I don't know. I got it on my channel, though. So if that the one where he's calling out. Sorry if that's not the right one. We can put our differences aside a minute to find CRP. I agree. And guys, still remember, like, there is some small chance that he is alive. You can still do things like, again, calling the Chilean embassy in your country, kicking up a stink on the mainstream social medias, right? Getting the word out that this guy was disappeared. Like, things like that. This does help. This does help. They wouldn't respond to this stuff if it wasn't getting to your average person. People are starting to realize that. Many people are starting to realize that Ukraine is not this little angel case that they're making them out to be. They have to constantly put out a narrative in order to hide it. I can remember as a kid looking up Faces of Death. Yeah, I remember it too. How old are you? Yeah, it makes me feel old too. It's been a long time. Okay, just give me 1 sec. I just need to take a quick break and I'll get back to the rest of the comments. I think I can keep up there now at this point. Oh my goodness. What do you mean by spiritual warfare is being co-opted? The term was coined by them. Kind of. Okay, but yes, they did. Yes, you're right. They did coin spiritual warfare. And NAR came up with the term spiritual warfare. But that doesn't mean that there isn't such thing as war of the spirit. Whatever. If you want to come up with it, I don't know. Psychological war, spiritual war. Like, this thing is real. We're fighting against some evil people. But that doesn't mean that we just follow along anybody who talks about things like spiritual warfare. And it is biblical that it is a war. It is a war, but spiritual warfare, as the NAR puts it, is not biblical. Nor is it based in reality, because they're misdirecting you, right? So I just want to point out that there is spiritual warfare. It resonates with people. This is why they talk about spiritual warfare so much, is because it resonates with people. People hear it and they're like, yeah, I feel that too. I should join the right side. So you got to recognize that it appeals to people, but it's not what they think it is, or it's not the truth of what's going on. Let's see. Marcus Rogers' ministry is Firehouse Church, also very interesting. He's NAR, yeah. Remember, he's talking about prophetic, all this stuff, and speaking in tongues and all that kind of stuff. NAR. Marcus Rogers is NAR. Female pastor, never. Well, yeah, it's pretty clear in Timothy. Oof, another ministry to check into. Thanks, Abidan. There's been a few good dives into frontline docs, and while the PSYOP seems over, the formula and the actors will certainly return. 100%. Good call. She's crazy? Yeah, she is crazy. Well, don't think that she presents herself as crazy. Yes, she does. But don't think that this isn't a well thought out plan. Okay? And maybe she is a useful idiot. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe there's, a little mix in between, but don't just think that these NAR people, it's just some kooky little side cult or something that happened naturally, because it's not natural. This was well thought of, and it is, it's an infiltration, an intentional infiltration of the evangelical right. Paula, Council for National Policy White, yeah. Okay, just give me a moment. Let me see what I got for you. Let's go to another Foundering song, because that guy's dope. Hold on. We Did It, Reddit. That's a good one. I'll be right back.
is a magical place. They say it's the front page. I visit every day, grooving to the algorithms, getting in my brain. I'm farming all of that karma, spinning on a rotten shawarma, a smarmy woke melodrama, and toxic propaganda from Big Pharma. Oh, that poor Aaron Swartz, he was murdered, of course. It wasn't just for Jay Store, he saw more than he bargained for. Like that rampant pedophilia happening at MIT. Then Alexa said, see ya, we're betting that Reddit is headed into history. We did it, Reddit, and don't you forget it, we support the current thing. So we're jetting to Kiev and we'll never regret it. We're getting extra credit, that's Redditing. Redditing. Do you remember in Boston when that bomber was lost until the Reddit army said we'll get that Sarny? Though they nabbed the wrong guy, you can totally rely on the holy hot mind, and if you can't, your ass is banned for life. They sure hated the Donald till one day it was gone. Oh well, the NPC remainders keep making more echo chambers. All the admins are pedos, the mods wear stilettos. In the digital ghetto, I was counting lies from front lines deep inside. When they told you that I told you to the Capitol, they lied. We did it, Reddit, and don't you forget it, we support the current thing. So we're jetting to Kiev and we'll never regret it. We're getting extra credit and now we need a medic. They said it's copacetic and led us to a setup. We found our new vocation, saved the Ukrainian nation. They said Putin is invading, so we'll send him our location. Our location. Na, 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 na. Did you see how that coof suddenly went poof? There was never proof it was anything but the flu. Now all that mass formation needs another fixation. So they rushed to replace it, and now that Fauci's out, Zelensky's on every station. Gee, I can't wait until they stage the alien invasion. We did it, Reddit, and don't you forget it, we support the current thing. So we're jetting to Kiev and we'll never regret it. We're getting extra credit, that's Redditing. We did it, Reddit, and don't you forget it, we support the current thing. So we're jetting to Kiev and we'll never regret it. We're getting extra credit and now we need a medic. They said it's copacetic and led us to a setup. We found our new vocation, saved the Ukrainian nation. They said Putin is invading, so we'll send him our location. Our location.
That was Foundering. We did it, Reddit. And welcome back. All right. Let's see. Good old Reddit, man. We only know of Lizzo and Paula White through JLP. Jesse Lee Peterson, yeah. He's got his own issues, though. I think he's a oneness, isn't he? Pentecostal. These evangelicals are insane. Yeah, well, they've co-opted evangelicals. There's nothing evangelical about them by its own definition, right? Like adhering to the Bible. Where's the Bible in a sermon? Nowhere. It's all about glory and experience. They meant to replace the theology of the Bible with experience. That is their aim. Good to see a wake-up call, by the way. Use Rumble or Odyssey says she seems in some sort of trance. acting unconsciously. Possibly. She could be being used. You know, there is MK Ultra everywhere. Play the remix, please. You can't play this without playing the remix. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll do it on next break or something. I hear a sound of BS. Yeah, pass the snakes. They like handling snakes as well. She's discrediting true dissent. Exactly. That's what she's doing. That's their job, right? And same thing with America's frontline doctors, right? That's it. That's what they're doing. Alex Jones talks truth, acts crazy. It gives people something to point, like on the NPC side, someone to point to and say the right is crazy, you know, whatever. She's definitely being used to think Christians are crazy, indeed. Chabadnik Zelenko is a regular on InfoWars. Really? Okay. I'm very optimistic about an upcoming redemptive event that will rebalance our dark world. Fasten your seatbelts and enjoy the ride. Okay, well, I've never heard of this guy before. Let's take a look. Chabadnik Zelenko. Is that really his name? Or are you just like giving him a nickname because of Chabad? Dr. Zelenko? What if I just like look up Zelenko InfoWars? Or have they, okay, yeah. Dr. Zelenko News? Sure, let's take a look at him now. And they're always selling like immune boost and all their own, like, you know, they all got the, right? Look at this. It pops up in my head. Go away. And he's on Alex Jones. Alex Jones was pushing Alexander Dugin as well. They all like dropping that name. They don't like saying they support him, but they like dropping that name. It's like they're paid to just slip it in there, you know? Yeah, he certainly, he's got that feel. Dr. Zelenko. But he talks about Khazarian? Is that what's going on? Domestic enemies. Home. Dr. Zelenko fact check. Has Dr. Zelenko successfully treated coronavirus patients? Oh, goodness. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Can you get that? Go away. Go away. I'm not buying your immune boost. Vitamin D reduces risk of ICU admission, 97%. I have heard about this. And I mean, like, there's probably like some truth in with it in order to trap you in. But at the end of the day, well, I think we all know who's behind that post, right? Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oy vey. Yeah, all of these, Freedom Medical, and like even all their names are just so shilly. And you'll notice they all have like the 3 red stripes. They love this. 3 red stripes with a broken star often as well. America is being destroyed by domestic enemies. They love getting you in this fear mode so they can sell you stuff. No thanks, I'm not interested. Go away. So Dr. Zelenko says, decades of demoralization and socialist inbreeding has induced an intellectual coma. It's not just socialist, though. It's dual-sided. That's the problem. They all point to each other and say that they're the problem. They've divided us. Our political class has committed high treason, destroying America from within in lieu of a perverse globalist dictatorship. Yeah, but you know that it's not all that socialist either. It's far more like what they talk about in 1984, oligarchical collectivism. Shareholder capitalism is what they call it, or inclusive capitalism. They euphemize it. Our economy will collapse because, well, we know. Listen to CNN and believe the opposite. So listen to Fox News, CIA, Fox News. Not saying that I trust CNN. Don't get me wrong. Ooh, another thing too. Fox. Did you hear about CNN Plus? CNN news streaming service CNN Plus is already shutting down. It's only been a month. It's only been a month. We'll go on to Washington Post. Who cares? CNN's new parent company abruptly pulled the plug on the network's $100 million venture into online streaming, a spectacular reversal that stunned employees barely 3 weeks in after the launch of the service known as CNN Plus. You know what this reeks to me anyways? Because they could shill this, right? I think that this could be money laundering. I think that this is what is going on here, because I was on the Reddit subreddit for CNN Plus, just taking a look at what people were saying, and they were saying that like it was a cheap, outdated software that was being used, and it seemed like there was no money going into it. But yeah, let's see. It sought to lure viewers with exclusive original programs hosted by familiar CNN journalists and newcomers such as former Fox News host Chris Wallace and actress Eva Longoria that could be watched live or on demand. It also offered documentaries and special series already aired by CNN, including the popular food and travel programs hosted by Stanley Tucci and the late Anthony Bourdain. So, yeah, that didn't even last a month, but $100 million later. You think, I'm pretty sure that the people that head up CNN have better business sense than to just down $100 million. There's something about that really reeks of some sort of laundering campaign. Let's see what else we got here. S90 posts a little bit more, I think, on that Zelenko guy. Let's take a look. Chabadnik Zelenko is a regular on Alex Jones, and they're training this guy pretty well.
And just wow, I would say, to this powerful statement. Here it is in its entirety from Dr. Zev Zelenko. I am a conspiracy realist. Vanguard and BlackRock are stakeholders in all industry, media, academia, and politics. Vanguard and BlackRock invest in each other through something called circular ownership. Thus, consider Vanguard and BlackRock as a monopoly that owns everything. With due diligence, you will discover that the major stakeholders of this monopoly are the Rothschild family, the DuPont family, the Rockefeller family, the Carnegie family, the Orsini family.
Orsini. It's part of the black nobility of... It's not Rome. It's like Venice and Geneva, or not Geneva, Genoa, northern Italy, which is quite rich, but they tie back to Rome as well. If you look into the black nobility, Orsini, by the way, Pepe Orsini was one of the main guys. That's one thing to point out. Black nobility. So when I think it was in the 1870s, when they had the Kingdom of Italy overthrowing the Pope, these guys, the black nobility, was they stayed loyal to the Pope. And that's who these people are. You totally want to look into these people, all right? And they're behind a lot of the stuff like the P2 Masonic group. So yeah, Colonna Massimo Orsini, that's who he's talking about there. Ruspoli, Pallavicini, Theodoli Scacchetti, Borghese, Odola Scalci, and Boncampagni Ludovisi. There's other ones. Aldo Brandini is another big one that has made it through. They say they're extinct, but that is a big name still. Yeah, these people are behind a lot of what's going on in the Vatican. But anyways, let's keep going on.
The American Bush family and the British royal family. They use the following foundations to ferment chaos around the world. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Soros Open Society Foundation, Clinton Foundation. These foundations are instrumental for geopolitical destabilization. Chaos is good for business and power acquisition. Only a divinely inspired force can overcome this Goliath. Boy, that's maybe the most powerful statement in this whole thing. I go on. The world...
Okay, so we'll just follow InfoWars and the Rabbi. Okay. But interesting enough,
will
anyways.
be redeemed by acts of goodness and kindness. We need collective divine consciousness in order to merit divine intervention. The owners of the Vanguard BlackRock monopoly are a manifestation of the primordial serpent. I'm very optimistic about an upcoming redemptive event that will rebalance our dark world. Fasten your seatbelts and enjoy the ride. Vladimir Zev Zelenko, MD.
Vladimir Zev Zelenko, MD. Rabbi Vladimir Zev Zelenko. Okay. Interesting enough. Anyways. Christopher Marlowe says, Protestant fake healers. Are they Protestant, though? Because I don't see any protest in them. And a lot of they don't come out of Protestant denominations. They come out of Pentecostal. Although they are getting into, say, Baptist denominations through Neo-Calvinism. Neo-Calvinism is like, even though Calvinism was never really Protestant, it was more Reformed, Neo-Calvinism kind of fuses together NAR with Calvinism. And that's what they are. But I wouldn't call them Protestant. I know that maybe I'm pulling or splitting hairs here with this, but I think it's important to make the distinction. Pentecostalism is far from Protestant. They're too wrapped up in their own experiences. The best lie is when told between two truths. He feeds you the poop sandwich. Yeah. 90% truth and some lies. Yeah, that's exactly what InfoWars is. Yeah, they slip you with the poison and with a lot of truth that you won't get otherwise. Let's see. Who the F voted live stream? Apparently the majority, but we'll do both. We'll do both. I'll do my own research. I'll come up with a video, and then we'll do a video or live stream where we can all share some information together. NAR agenda for sure, yeah. I've met genuine Christians that are a bit wacky and do things like removing demons. Are they Christian though? Because they're not reading the gospel. I don't think a lot of these people, they have nothing to do with biblical scripture. But you know, I guess you can call them Christian in identity. I suppose they identify themselves as Christian. Let's see. I voted video. Okay. the salt over. Wister, where is Tiffany Dover? It's working. These people are looking crazy when they pound the podium. Yeah. And you get a whole bunch of people like pointing them out, right? Like it's something like they're exposing to the world, you know, but they're not showing what's behind it, right? Just for those that haven't seen this before, I'm sure if you keep looking, so these people, the NAR, have this thing where they call spiritual covering, okay? And so it's a pyramid scheme, okay? Each Paula White has someone that covered her, and then that person had someone who covered them. And if you keep going up that pyramid, you will find a guy, more often than not, a guy named Rick Joyner. And he was the head of something called Morning Star Ministries. By the way, Morning Star was referred to as Lucifer. Well, not Lucifer, Satan. It's more Vatican that Lucifer was mentioned. But without getting into that topic, Rick Joyner has his allegiances. I'll give it away now, but here he is in his... Oh, no, he's not there. Here we go. There he is wearing his Knight of Malta. 3rd level Knight of Malta. I know it's kind of hard to make this out. Bad picture, but that's him right here. And here he is with an archbishop. So yeah, this is the guy that's supposed to be, you know, in the Protestant right, as someone just mentioned, Protestant, right? No, it's not Protestant at all. It's the exact opposite. It's part of something called the ecumenical movement, and it's trying to get all denominations to come together as one. And it is wholly sponsored by the Vatican. Here's Bono, who's best buddies with Cardinal McCarrick, who's in for child diddling, getting his Knight of Malta cross. But without getting too deep into that, let's move on. Poll is always right. Not always, but they're right many times. Poll is just a deep hole somewhere in the interwebs. Only thing I respect about them is their views on absolute free speech. Yep. It's the only way that ideas can grow, you know, and be refined. Jesuit posting will be pruned all over the internet, but it's all crypto Jesuits, bro. Yeah, I hear this. I hear this. I hear that Loyola was a crypto little hat. I've heard that before. He was accused of it. I know that. And I also hear the Borgias, who did play a large hand in funding the original Jesuits. And I think Francis Borgia was one of the founding members. And I hear that they are crypto little hats, but I don't get any proof on it. If you have something, I keep asking and I get nothing. But if you have any proof on this, if you have any evidence on it, any sources that you'd like to post, you're more than welcome to do so. You got the wrench. But I'm not shutting down the conversation on it, don't get me wrong, but I keep hearing it, but I don't get much to back it up. That's all. Okay, where was I? Knights of Malta get deleted off Jones stuff. Yes, it does. Anytime you get into the old Vatican stuff, it seems to be wiped pretty quick. You have to respect Poll for capturing Shia LaBeouf's Windu flag. I wonder how much of that was a psyop. Don't get me wrong. I found He Will Not Divide Us to be... Windu was very entertaining, but I wonder if that was like a psyop in and of itself. Like, you know, all these chicks like Brittany Venti and like all these people that showed up there. Like, I wonder. It does make me wonder, but it was still pretty funny. That guy got trolled to oblivion. Let's see. There's also pictures of Shia LaBeouf. How do you say his name? Buff? LaBeouf. Idiot. You speak French. Friar. What if I look up Friar? Here we go. Yeah, here's a picture of him with some Franciscan friars. And Franciscans were one of the first to be co-opted by the Jesuits. St. Francis of Assisi is one of the patron saints of the Jesuit order. And he was a mystic himself. So Franciscans, along with Benedictines, I think, and a few of the others, they are through and through Jesuit at this point. There he is chilling with some Franciscan friars. Not that it proves anything, but I got a feeling he's got his ties. He's got his ties. Let's see. Crypto Sabbateans. I think the little hats are more controlled than Jesuits. Yeah, that's definitely the debate that we have here, that's for sure. It's a lively debate. Also, Alex Jones equals 33 in gematria. Sorry, I don't mean to skip through this stuff. I just realized how far behind I am in the chat, so I got to start getting through this. Alex Jones equals 33 in gematria. Maybe just coincidence. I'm not saying they don't use gematria. I'm just saying be careful. I noticed that that's like their last line of defense when people start talking about Jesuits, is to just talk nonstop about gematria. And gematria is really something that it's like... you have to have the cheat sheet on your end in order to understand what they mean by a lot of these, right? It can mean 100 different things, some of these numbers, right? And a lot of it is to kind of get you stuck in this rabbit hole of numbers, which is just incompatible with people who are for lack of better words, in the real world. If you start spouting these numbers to people that are just trying to learn, you know, what's behind all this stuff, like say you're newly red pilled or something, and you start hearing people list off gematria, you're automatically turned off for the most part. Not saying that it doesn't have some factor to play. I'm just saying be careful not to fall down the rabbit hole too hard when it comes to gematria. Along with G. Edward Griffin, who was the first person to quote unquote interview Yuri Bezmenov. He was part of the John Birch Society. Interesting. These guys have shown up. John Birch Society showed up in my CIA and Ukraine research. The Jesuits clearly have strong influence as well and aren't even nearly as talked about. That should tell you something, in my opinion. That should really tell you something. Because little hats, yes, the talk about it does get shut down in many places. It does indeed. But then if you go to places where quote unquote free speech is king or whatever, like 4chan, they will talk about the little hats all the time, which I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about them, but chat about Jesuits will get drowned out and shut down. As soon as you start talking about them, just start a thread, talk about the Jesuits, and just see how many people are just like, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, 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 Jews. Or it'll get pruned. Yeah. Bezmenov is like a Jedi master. Yeah, he could be a double agent. What he's telling you might be true, yes, but remember that the KGB and the CIA did work together, especially at that point in time, the time that he did his interviews. Then out of the JBS grows the John Birch Society, grows the CMP, Council on National Policy, I think it's called, whom Paula White is a member, along with Mike Pence and a ton of other lovely people. Good point. Good drops, S90, thank you. Sean Ross says Swiss Templars are behind all wars. There's a lot going on in Switzerland. Let's put it that way. That's a whole other thing. Take a look into what's going on in Switzerland. LSD was created in Switzerland. Lots of CIA ties there. Gladio was run out of Switzerland, many people say anyways. So yeah, there's much to be said about the Switzerland. It's like a natural fortress too, right? So you can hide a lot of stuff in there. The funny thing about Bezmenov is that most people only watch the 1 hour interview, not the presentation webinar he did after that, where he actually promotes homosexuality. Imagine. Natnek says, unlike us, our enemies work together. So you have Jesuits and Jews and all the rest of evil secret societies working in sync. We could learn from that. We're the most divided these days. Yeah, we are. And it's purposeful. They've done it to us, right? Try to compartmentalize us as much as possible. That's what identity politics is about, right? I'd say he was controlled and had the choice to either be recruited by the CIA and work for them or get killed. You don't waste an intelligence asset like that. Good call. Good call. I'm going to stay away from links for now just to catch up. I'm sorry, S90, you got that on Twitter. But this dude's song on the Little Hats was great. I did see that one, yeah. This is one of his best songs. You know what's another really good one, but I can't post it because it has the word for little hike or little little hat in it. He did one called "No Russian Ever Called Me a Cracker," but you have to turn on the subtitles because he sings too fast, and if you do, you're going to see the little hat word. So I just got to be careful. This is one of his best songs. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to rebit that one. I agree. It's like you can only pick one guy to be against. I know. Yeah, they want us just pointing at one finger, and they want everybody pointing at one thing so that everybody's compartmentalized. Let's not make a choice. We should put them all in one box and destroy. I don't know if I can say that. I get you, though. I think you know what I'm saying, chat. It's like Bill Cooper said decades ago, it's not the X, the Y, or the Z. It's the people who share the ancient mystery religions. Yeah, but you know what? If Oh, sorry. If you go to Eric777, let's see, Bill Cooper, here we go. Check this out. Bill Cooper says the Pope is in charge of the New World Order on his radio show. Check this out.
By all of these people who are lying to you and leading you down the primrose path into a New World Order under a one-world religion headed by the Pope in Rome. I wonder how many of you can still spell protest and Protestant. I wonder how many of you really want to be ruled by a man who has openly stated, don't go to God for forgiveness, come to me. The Pope said that. How would you like to be ruled by a church that has literally changed what has been handed down to us through the ages as the Decalogue, the Ten Commandments? Changed the commandments of God. Now, if you don't believe it,
so just so that it gets that point through, and then there's another one as well. Hold on. What if I go Bill Cooper? Dang it. I don't know if I can find it here now. Here we go. Yeah.
I forgot your name, if you even said it.
Peter.
Peter, okay.
All right, my second question is that we know that Adam Weishaupt was originally from the Jesuit order.
Yeah, Peter, I need you to put the phone right in front of your mouth and talk louder, please.
Okay, we know that Adam Weishaupt was from the Jesuit order.
That's correct.
But my question is
where's the Jesuit order from?
Well, is it connected and controlled by the Illuminati, Freemasonry, or is it an arm of the Catholic Church?
Well, let me tell you how this happened. In Spain, long before Weishaupt was ever even born, there was a branch of the Illuminati from the Middle East called the Illuminados. It means Illuminati. The head of...
Noted that he says that the Illuminados come from the Middle East.
The Illuminados in Spain was a man named Ignatius Loyola who was arrested by the Inquisition. And before they could torture him, he used his influence with very powerful people to beg an audience with the Pope. He was granted the audience. He crawled in on his knees. When the door opened after this audience, he walked out on his 2 feet with a piece of paper in his hand, a papal bull, which gave him the authority to start a new order called the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit order. He was to be the head of this order, and he was given dispensation, got a little tongue-tied there, and immunity from arrest or prosecution from all governments, all authorities, all religious orders, save one, the Pope himself. He's become, the head of the Jesuit order has become known as the Black Pope. They wield tremendous power. They are Marxist in nature, practice liberation theology. They have been involved in revolutions and disorder and chaos and all kinds of things throughout the world. Does that answer your question?
Oh, no, not exactly. Are they in competition then with the Illuminati?
No, they are the Illuminati.
They are the Illuminati?
Absolutely.
Okay. That answers it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So it's Bill Cooper saying that the Jesuit order are the Illuminati. The Jesuits are the Illuminati. He did mention, though, he said the Middle East. That's something we'll have to check out. Talking about people from the Middle East. Wonder who he's talking about, That song was epic. Guy needs a record deal. Man, I'm behind on this chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'll keep catching up. GLP is great at annoying his guests and not so good on biblical accuracy. I agree. He's not good on biblical accuracy, but he's really good at debating. It's fun to watch. Amazing. Cooper has a treasure of content. Yes, he does. If you guys haven't looked into him before, you certainly should. Let's see. Yeah, I heard that. He was a Demolay Boy Society, talking about, I guess, Alex Jones. Bill Cooper. Unfortunately, Bill Cooper was a member of the Demolays. Okay. He was in the Demolay Boys Society, like Boy Scouts, as a kid, so he marked Freemason on his army application, and thus his story began. I've never heard about that. Interesting. He was a Demolay. It seems like the world is destined to split into 2 or 3 world orders, all in 1984. Yes. I agree. We are always at war with Eurasia. I mean, the Dugan thing is literally called Eurasianism. And then there's Oceania, which is certainly like NATO, right? And if you count like Oceania in with that, right? And then you have East China, which East Asia. So it does seem like it looks like Chinese and Russians are working together, but that may not be like a set in stone thing. It does seem like it is the third one as well. Bill Clinton is also a member of that Demolay branch of Freemasonry. Interesting. Get Bill Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse, yes. Let me just keep cutting through now. Do 4chaners still build gas chambers on Minecraft? Inshallah. Sorry guys, just skipping through. Gotta love the one in Toronto that they turned into the MTV building. Yes. Yeah, it's the old Mason building, isn't it? Goodbye, CNN. Olivier Mamillot, good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's been a while, but Bro, please listen. We sent the molecules in space after the Big Bang 1 gorillion years ago. We just came back. You're about to nuke each other to shreds, bro. Okay. Mikhail Z. Either way, the juxtaposition of the Great Awakening versus the Great Reset is kind of suspect. Yeah, you should also look into the Great Awakening. This is actually the 5th Great Awakening. Okay? Great Awakening, there's been a bunch of them. And from them, they say it's Protestant. Yeah, okay. You can find basically all of the American cults. Second Great Awakening was Mormonism. And Advent, Seventh-day Adventists, dispensationalism, which, well, you know, not necessarily cult, but Latter-day Saint movement came out of it. There's a whole bunch to this, and Calvinism, which has been co-opted from the very beginning. Calvin himself was sketchy, not biblical. Tulip is not biblical. None of this is biblical. But the more you look into the Great Awakenings, you realize that it was the great dumbing down. It was waves of trying to erase Protestantism with fake crap. Yeah, another one, mainline Protestant churches. Southern Baptists rose out of the 4th. Missouri Synod. Or Synod, whatever. Also, what came out of this was the first Latter Rain movement. Billy Graham came out of it, the 4th Awakening. What about the 3rd? Jehovah's Witnesses, Theosophy, Thelema, Christian Science. Is that really a Christian Science building? Looks very much like a Orthodox building. Holiness movement, like Methodist, Pentecostal came out of them. Yeah, there's no awakening in the Great Awakenings, and there certainly isn't one now in the 5th one. This has been done before. It's all been done. Good point on that, S90. Let's see. You know, I hadn't thought of CNN Plus being a bankrupt on paper company to launder money. I've just been kind of thinking of it recently because, I mean, $100 million and you didn't last a month. I know you had a bad launch, but, like, what if you did it intentionally? Like, it's not all, like, there's idiots in the mid to lower levels of CNN, of course. I mean, look at Brian Stelter, for one example. But, like, the people who run this, they're not morons, all right? $100 million. Pay some people off to do your bidding, right? Or to commit your false flags that you've been doing for the past few years, right? Or will be doing in the next few years. You know, lots of different things that money could pay for. So you're telling me Cirillo used the SBU to get rid of Lira because he told him he will never pass? Maybe. Atali is major global homo decision maker, president for the Bank of Development and Reconstruction, aka bankroller for the 4th Industrial Revolution. Okay. Oh, Jacques Attali. Okay. A world government after a world war emerging from a Russia and Ukraine conflict. Could be. The Pope will take seat in Jerusalem. I think the Jesuits will genocide the Israelis living there so the Pope can claim his throne. Remember, you got to remember, like, the history of Rome and the Jews, too. Like, up until recent history, including World War II, like, they're not friends of Israel or the people, the Jewish people. They're not, they never have been friends. They always hated them. So it's interesting how they work together. Like, you got to wonder what's going on there. Vatican City and Switzerland have the only 2 square flags in the world. I don't think the Vatican has a square flag. I'm pretty sure it's It's like got the yellow, white, and pink, right? Never mind, I'm an idiot. Sometimes they add the pink on. Or at least in other places. Okay, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes it comes out rectangular, like regular flag. But you are right. Yeah, it is. Much of the time, it does come out like a square. Huh. Interesting. Good point, Total Utter Nutter. Swiss Guard are the personal army of the Pope. They are a lot of connections in plain sight. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Switzerland was founded year after Knights Templar were banned. Yeah, you can look into the history of the Palatinate and Switzerland, and you'll see they were able to hide away from a lot of stuff. My gosh, I'm so far behind. Let's see. Where am I? Avidan knows. I don't know all that much. There's a lot of people know a lot more than me. And sometimes it's hard to keep it all in your head too, right? If you think about it, Jesus was pretty wacky also. He expelled demons and healed the sick. He says in the Bible that the things he did, everyone could also do once he is in heaven with the Father. Not necessarily. Not necessarily that second part. Okay, so he did expel demons and healed the sick. This was to fulfill the prophecy, right? Or at least this is the evangelical look at it. He did that to fulfill the prophecy, to show that he was God. His apostles afterwards were also given these types of powers as well, to spread Christianity throughout the world. When he was told to go about the world and spread. However, when you go to, there's multiple scriptures now, and I gotta say, my scripture knowledge is rusty. But I like going to Hebrew 1:1. Find Hebrew 1:1 basically talks about this very much, or Hebrew 1 anyways. Sundry times in diverse manners spake in time past by fathers by the prophets, hath in these days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, who bring the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high, being made so much better than the angels, as he hath by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. It points to him. It's not like our gifts are not what the apostles received, like the special witnesses to Jesus. They were given it to spread it through, to prove that he came onto the earth and was died and risen again. Okay? But what we don't see is that everybody gets everything that he had. We do see when they're talking about some will be prophets, some will be healers, things like that. Some will speak in tongues. Yes. But it's not something that we can all receive. We are given gifts, spiritual gifts. What's this one of the spiritual gifts? Where is this? I think it's somewhere in Corinthians, but I could be wrong. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 12. No, I don't want learn religions to tell me what it is. In 4:12. 1 Corinthians 1:12 and Ephesians 4:12. Hold on. Where are you, King James? I love how they hide this in with like 100 billion different ones. Now, concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. You know that you were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as you were led. Wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Jesus accursed, and that no man can say that Jesus is the Lord, but by the Holy Ghost. Now there are diversities of gifts. It's not just something we can all have, but the same Spirit. Okay, there are differences of administrations. So differences. Once again, we can't just do everything that the Lord did, but we do have the same Lord. It's through him, the heir of all things. There are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. The manifestation of the Spirit. For one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, another to the word of knowledge by the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another the gifts of healing by the same Spirit, to another the working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another discerning of spirits, and to another diverse kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. And then when you're looking into Corinthians, you're looking at an early church that was a very large center of population, and it was spreading the gospel to many people. There's a lot of context behind this as well that I'm missing at the moment because my studies are low. They're on fumes, running on fumes at this point. But one thing to point out is that he's very clear. It's not just something that you can impart to another believer, right? It's not something that everybody has. We all have different gifts, okay? And it might be prophecy, it might be kinds of tongues, but when you go back to then Hebrews 1:1, which was written after Corinthians, they talk about how, like I was saying before, or like it was saying before that I was reading, that hath in these last days that God speaks to us by his Son, and we have the book. And when you look at John 1:1, it talks about the Word of God being made flesh, Jesus. Right? It clearly, if you read it in its, what do you call it? If you exegete the Bible and what it's saying, it's clearly telling us that we've been given the Word of God, and that's what we go to now. We don't go by gifts and prophecies and that kind of stuff. That's been done, and we're on to a new era these last days. Ephesians 4:12 also goes into this a lot. I got to get back to the chat, but just since it's been a long time since I've been reading the Word, it's always good to check in every now and then. He gave some apostles and some prophets and some evangelists and some pastors and teachers. This is where they get their fivefold ministry. But the NAR teaches this, is that this is still ongoing. But the cessationist belief, which I'm a part of, is that these offices are no longer the case. And now we go to the offices that are given in Timothy and Titus, which is pastor, overseer. Pastor and overseer. If I'm missing any, let me know. But yeah, just be careful on that. Like these people, these kooks that I was showing you before, they want to tell you that like everybody, if you don't have these gifts of prophecy and speaking in tongues and all that kind of stuff, you're not saved. You haven't received the Spirit. And that is incorrect. Categorically incorrect. I can understand the argument that these are there's people that aren't cessationists, and it's, I don't believe what they believe, but I can at least see that there's some standing in the Bible that you could argue that. But these people want to tell you that if you don't speak in tongues and if you're not prophesying and stuff like that, that you don't have the Spirit. Okay? And they also believe that they can impart the gift of prophecy, the gift of apostleship, the office of apostle and stuff like that onto another believer, right? When it's given from God, right? They want to be in the place of God. That's the problem with these people, right? That's what I specifically have a problem with. And it is a big problem because these people, what they do with that then, they create, like I was saying before, a pyramid scam. And it's to deceive Bible-believing Christians and flip them from a word-based belief into an absolute experience base. And that's, you can sell people anything then if you're claiming to be an apostle or a prophet and everybody's got to follow you. Let's see. Abidan, I want to message you directly later as I want your advice, help. Where can I message you? Okay, so Olivier, if you don't have Discord, I don't have my Discord open at the moment. You can get my Discord link from the last live stream, but you can also send me an email. Sometimes I'm a little late on checking it, but you can send me an email here, Olivier, if you're still there. That's my email there, bryant.justin391@gmail.com. Franciscus, like our current Jesuit Pope, yes, I believe he's named after St. Francis, but I could be wrong. There's a couple different thoughts on that, actually. Ashkenazim Jews are Khazars. Ukraine used to be called Khazaria. Yes, that is not a lie. I'm very interested in hearing more Jesuit talk. I know most of what there is to know about the Jews. Haven't heard even nearly as much about the Jesuits. Interested. Okay, yeah, I'll get more into it as time comes. It's been a while. It's been a while since I did like a real deep dive on them too, but I've done many. I've spent a lot of time in Jesuit churches and cathedrals and stuff like that, and essentially you start seeing the straight up connection between them and the Rosicrucians and the occult. They're very Orphic in nature, which has a lot to do with kid diddling. Come on, Alex Jones is the #1 conspiracy dude, and his name equals 33. I agree that you have folks drowning in that gematria cell. Oh yeah, no. I mean, and I doubt that's his real name too, right? Alex Jones. I highly doubt it. I bet you it wasn't a mistake that happened. I'm not trying to totally dismiss it. Let's see. Abidan, you can message him on Discord if you need to send him something private. Yep. Yeah. And I'm on Discord a good bit. So if you don't have Discord though, Olivier, because it's kind of like it's an application that you can use. We have a Discord. If someone wants to post the Discord link, I think they can set their own invite. I just don't have it open right now, and because I had a disconnection earlier, I was worried that it was on my end, so I shut it off. But I'm usually on it. If someone wants to post a link, they can certainly do so. The invite for people to join it. I'd appreciate it if you did, actually. Base Billy Cooper, chat site. It's like Skype, but for maps and furries and diaper-wearing H players. Okay, well, that's a lot of them. Let's see, but Avidan's isn't like that, thankfully. Yeah. You trust Avidan? Brainlet? Yeah, don't trust me. Avidan is clearly Jeff C., probably Jesuit educated. I will say this. My high school was Gonzaga High School. And Gonzaga was one of the founding members of the Jesuit order, Aloysius Gonzaga. And I do have Jesuits in my family blood, like Jesuit, not priests, but people that, like, in Newfoundland where I'm from, a lot of the Irish towns, including one of the ones that my ancestors grew up in, it was Jesuit run. So I have a few family members with Aloysius and Ignatius as their middle names and stuff like that. That's for sure. But I wasn't Jesuit educated. That school, Gonzaga High School, became secular well before I got there. Now, I'm sure there was still some glow hats there, but that had all pretty much been taken out of our school system. But full disclosure, anyways. All revised Roman Catholic translations do alter the Decalogue. Yeah, it does. It does. Most of the new versions that we see now are based off of the Vatican texts. You'll never be a woman. Jesuits trained themselves by performing spiritual exercise. Yeah, they condition themselves. And they end up being very dialectic thinking anyways. And they will do basically whatever their superior tells them to. They become slaves. They're like the Borg. Lucky like number 50, super click party on that. Thank you so much, Jake. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the likes, guys. It does help very much with getting this channel out there. All my dreams shattered. They murdered Bill. Yes, they did. Yes, they did indeed, or at least so it seems indeed. Goyam.tv. I don't know if I could even be on Goyam.tv on YouTube. Probably kick me with all the stuff that's on it. Seen a video today of Gonzalo talking about having a bad ticker and that the doctor told him he didn't have long. Yeah, we actually just went through that a little bit ago. And that is, yeah, it's true. It's indeed what he said. So, let's see. Deadhouse, we listened to that earlier. Okay, cool. Welcome back, my friend. No worries. Good luck. GL did insist that Kiev false flag was coming. Yeah, I think he might have gotten that wrong. I think the false flag ended up being waves of false flags, like Bucha and stuff like that, in order to wipe anything off. But hey, maybe there's more to come. Video was from 1 year ago, pretty much to the date. Said he had another 18 to 24 months. I think he said no more than 18 months. But maybe there's another video. Meaning he would rather die a martyr, based in my book. Yeah, if that's the case, it's pretty based to me. Pretty based to me. Israel government is controlled by the most powerful Arab country. Is it? I don't know about that. I will share that website next time Rabbi the One explain what's going on in Israel. By the most powerful Arab country. I don't know. I don't know. Avidan, you need to balance your digging with your chatting. Well, I'm catching up. It's well balanced, in my opinion, branches into random topics, and we always end up learning something new. Yeah, I kind of like that. I do like that, indeed. Do you know much about Franz Anton Mesmer, who was a Freemason, friend to Mozart, and created the precursor to hypnosis? I do want to say that it rang a bell, okay? And Mozart, most of his later stuff was written as Freemason, like whatever their equivalent for hymns were. He wrote a lot of Freemason hymns going off because, you know, his stuff spiraled off. He kind of like got into a lot of... He had a bit of a downfall, Mozart did, and he ended up owing out money and stuff like that to Freemasons, if I'm not mistaken. And he paid off a lot of that debt by writing Masonic hymns. If I'm not... Now, this comes from research from a long time ago that I did, 2015, somewhere around that time. And that name does kind of ring a bell, but it's been so long. You know how... by the way, another thing too, Eine kleine Nachtmusik. I probably spelled that so wrong. I was close. Just no space in between Nachtmusik. Or wait, now, was it the Magic Flute? The Magic Flute had the I guess opera or whatever. Like when it was presented, like the visuals in it were all like a ton of Illuminati stuff. Maybe. And like the original Illuminati. Yeah, many revelations about the secrets of the Freemasonry. He used the pyramid of the Illuminati, the all-seeing eye, the temple, and other secret symbols, and they were later removed. Yeah, another guy too. Beethoven, Gottlob Nefe. Beethoven. So, Christian Gottlob Nefe, he was the first mentor for Ludwig van Beethoven, and he was a praetor in the Bonn chapter of the Bavarian Illuminati. And this was Beethoven's first mentor after his father. How the Illuminati influenced Beethoven. Is that a slate? Yeah, there we go. Nefe's role in musical Bonn and his leadership in the Illuminati, together with information on Beethoven's trip to Holland. Yep. Another thing too, Ode to Joy. Forget Friedrich Schiller. So Beethoven wrote the music to Ode to Joy, but it was based off a poem written by Friedrich Schiller, who was also a Mason. And the lyrics, if you read them, are very Masonic. Joy, beautiful spark of divinity, or of gods, daughter of Elysium, we enter drunk with fire, heavenly one thy sanctuary. Thy magic binds again, while custom strictly divided. All people become brothers where thy gentle wing abides. Whoever has succeeded in the great attempt to be a friend's friend, whoever has won a lovely wife, add his to the jubilation. Yes, and also whoever has just one soul to call his own in the world, and he who never managed it should slink weeping from this union. All creatures drink of joy at nature's breasts, all the just, all the evil follow her trail of roses. Kisses she gave us, and grapevines, a friend proven in death. Ecstasy was given to the worm, and the cherub stands before God. Like, it's very, very extremely Masonic. There is a conspiracy a conspiracy theory about his death. If I'm not mistaken, people believe his doctor killed him, because he apparently renounced Ode to Joy. He called it like a pipe dream or something like that. And I think he became very disillusioned by the Masons. And they do say it is theorized that he was killed. Let's see. Anything on his death? How long did he live? He died pretty young, 45. Well, not all that young for 1759, but still, because he was a rich dude. These people, you know, had the money to be taken care of pretty well. Yeah, some Freemason. Okay, yeah, here we go. Some speculate that Schiller was a Freemason, but this has not been proven. This is out of Freemasonry.bcy, which is the British Columbia and Yukon Lodge, or Grand Lodge of Freemasonry. They do a lot of historian work. In 1787, his 10th letter about Don Carlos, Schiller wrote, I am neither Illuminatus nor Mason, but if the fraternization has a moral purpose in common with one another, and if this purpose for human society is the most important, yada, yada, yada. So they're trying to exclude the fact that he wasn't steeped in the occult and with Masonic writings. So this isn't really helping out too well. No membership document has been found. Weasel word if I ever wrote it. Schiller was brought to the lodge by Wilhelm Heinrich Karl. We have the dissolving of their lodge that was honored by the initiation of Schiller. Yeah, it looks like they want to cover up that he was ever involved with them, to be honest with you. You gotta wonder. You gotta wonder. The gods of Greece, the gods in Schiller's poem, are thought by modern scholars to represent moral and aesthetic values, which Schiller tied to paganism and an idea of enchanted nature. In this respect, Schiller's aesthetic doctrine shows the influence of Christian theosophy. Bohemian theosophy. Nothing Christian about theosophy. So yeah, and he's a big player. He's just as big as like Beethoven, to be honest. I mean, like, not as famous, but most important classical playwright. And he was working with Beethoven. But anyways, Oh, he's in with Van Gogh as well. Anyways, that's one tangent to go on. Let's see what else we got there. Roman Catholic Church changed the Word of God. They changed the Ten Commandments. They did change the Ten Commandments. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if we can get into this. This is crazy. Like, these guys think they know better than the Bible. Catholic Ten Commandments. And probably we'll have to use a search by... All right. Okay, so we have the first one here. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. And that is indeed the first commandment. The Catholic one, you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, is the second commandment. But the KJV shows us, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. And you know how much of their statues and all this stuff, because they had to take all these pagan statues, right? Because Rome basically used the church as a way to fold in the Roman Empire and all its riches in order to keep some command of the Roman people. So, but they had to get past this verse, Exodus 20 verse 4. Yeah, literally talks about any graven image, which is obvious what's going on, right, with the Catholic Church. It's like everything is graven images in the Catholic Church. So they just change it. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, right? Keep the holy the Lord's day. See, they have it here, but they just remove that. Remember the Sabbath day. Yeah, and I mean, like, this second commandment is huge. Look at this. This is like the largest one that's there. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me. I mean, this is 3 full verses here, and they're just like, oh yeah, no. no, it's okay. It's okay. Keep holy the Lord's day, which is number 3, but this one is now number 4. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days... Where are we missing here? Okay, so that honor the father is the 5th. And then that goes in as the 4th. Thou shalt not kill comes in as the 6th. That comes in as the 5th there. Thou shalt not commit adultery comes in as the 7th. Comes in as the 6th there. Shall not steal, 8th. Comes in as the 8th. Shall not bear false witness against thy neighbor comes in at the 9th. And that one comes in as the 8th. Okay. Checks out. Oh, see, see what they did here? Okay, so the 10th one, thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And they just split that up. Thou shalt not cover your neighbor's wife, thou shalt not cover your neighbor's good. Good. So they just split the commandment into 2 and erased the one with the graven images. This is the Catholic News Agency. Like, they're not sending their best, folks. They're not sending their best. Oh my goodness. I didn't see. I've never really looked into how they did that. I've only just, know the Ten Commandments from the Bible. Oh my goodness. Catholics are such glowtards. Let's see. The Roman Catholic Church changed the Word of God. Okay, you got that one. Yeah, and this is changing the Word of God, right? This is obviously removing that which doesn't work for you, right? According to official doctrine or Vatican doctrine, the Pope has the authority to change any of God's laws, teachings. Is that under Unum Sanctum? Olivier Marmiot says, one of the International St. Mary's school I attended was Jesuit St. Mary's. How's it going, y'all? Good to see you, Chris. Used to argue with a brother who taught French. Well, he taught Quebecois. Quebecois. Not French. Marmiot, do you speak French or Quebecois? I speak tête carrée. Quebecois. That's what it sounds like. Quebecois. Nobody nukes Freemasonry better than Colonel Casper. Colonel Casper, yeah, he does. He does break it down very well. Russian Paradise, yeah. Listen to that, Rabbi. I just sent you the name. It's mystical to the core. They definitely did change it. Yes, they did indeed. Yeah, they split 9. Told you we need another iconoclast, another breaking marble pedo statues. Yeah. I can't get over that. And I mean, like, this was the biggest one. This is what he spent the most time on this. I mean, God, right? Giving this out to, he divulged this the most. Like, he expounded upon it the most out of any of them. And the Catholics are just like, nope. You know why that is, right? Like when Moses came down from the mountain, like they had already constructed the golden bowl, started dancing around it. This was important. I mean, this doesn't seem like it's any big thing if you're not religious or whatever, if you haven't looked into this stuff. But yeah, these people always try and find something physical to worship, don't they? Very interesting. That's the one they took out. Do they have any... Okay, I guess Google might, because Google is so Jesuit paused. I can probably ask in Google and get this. Why did... Because I want the Catholic response. Why did the Catholic Church change the 10 Commandments? And then they had the 7 deadly sins that they put in. That's another point. But you're not answering my question there, are you? Are you Wikipedia? Okay, Loyola. Let's see. Graven images. While the Catholics are sometimes accursed of worshiping images in violation of the first commandment, the Church says this is a misunderstanding. Of course they do. Remember, I want the Catholic response, okay? And there's no better place to get the Catholic response than on Wikipedia. The honor paid to sacred images is a respectful veneration. Oh, that's great. Okay, so why did you change it? This is like a huge... Okay. At around the time of the controversy over iconoclasm, the Western Church began to use monumental sculpture, which by the Romanesque period became a major feature of Western Christian art. That has remained part of Catholic tradition, in contrast to Eastern Christianity, which avoids large religious sculpture. The Catechism, using very traditional arguments, posits that God gave bronze permission for images that symbolize Christian salvation by leaving symbols such as the bronze serpent and cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. They're not giving me a straight answer. Why did you change it? When did you change it? When did you change it? That's all you got to tell me. Like, such sophistry they put in here. All right. Shame on me for thinking I get a straight answer from a Catholic. Let's try one more. Oh, you're going to give me a podcast, are you? To explain this out for me? We believe the Catholic Church alone has the authority to give God's people an authoritative list of the Ten Commandments. And the Catechism of the Catholic Church does exactly that. At least it gives us a list as a sure norm for us. Oh my goodness. You poor lost souls. The problem with creating a second commandment where there actually is not one really comes to the fore at the bottom of the list. The common Protestant listing, it's not Protestant listing, it's the biblical listing. You guys reading this? Like, the common Protestant listing of the Ten Commandments combines coveting your neighbor's wife and the Catholic Ninth Commandment coveting your neighbor's property. Well, what came first? The King James Bible? Like, what was in this? Do I have eSword on this? I guess it goes back to, hold on. 1 Corinthians. No, wrong one. Exodus 20:4-6. Blue Letter Bible we can go to. Oui, je sais que tu parles français. Ton nom? Ça me donne ça. Je suis trop rouillé de parler français, désolé. Métropolitain. Pas québécois. Ok, désolé. Je comprends. I love the Quebecois accent though. Quebecois accent is dope. So good. It's got so much soul in it. Whereas like they cut out the king's tongue in France. The Pope and the Vatican is the ultimate authority to the Catholic Church. That's what they think. Yeah. Obviously, it's for them alone. Blue Letter Bible. Let's just real quick. I'm going to take a quick break after this. And if you guys have anything else you want to chat about, we can do. 20 Exodus. Oh, come on. Do I really? Exodus 20. So, Blue Letter Bible is pretty cool because you can actually go back and see what was written in the Hebrew. So this is the Masoretic text, which is well before the Catholic Church. Well before it. And you can see each and every single word. Pesel. And there's also a eSword that you can download and you can have it like much better. So Pesel, and you can see as likeness of man or animal, construct of wood or stone, and even show you where you can compare the context to in other parts of the Bible. But the Catholics are just like, oh, this is just Protestant. This is just Protestant. But this comes like direct from the Hebrew. The Jewish, Oi Gewalt Loyola, what happened there? Let's see. And then we can get that one word, Pesel.
Strong's H6459. Pesel.
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 Okay. Thanks, man. Pesel, and it's like, you can just really quickly and go over here. Oldest manuscript of Exodus 20. See if we can find that real quick. Oldest copies of Exodus. Just in case you don't believe the people who compiled the KJV, but you can find that of yourself. Originated from 1450 to 425 BC. Exodus, I think, was the 800s, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Anyways, you can look that up from yourself from there. You got my point, though, right? Like, this was well before the Catholic Church. And they're trying to act like this is just some Protestant thing. These weasel words that they try and use. Is what the Old Testament teaches. We're just going with what the inspired author teaches. Let's take a look. Is it true that Exodus 20's version of the Ten Commandments appears to place both women and servants in the place of property? Oh, okay, yeah. So you're throwing in the social justice so that you can say, oh, do you really believe them? People, these old racists and sexists? Anyways, fun times, but it's enough. That's enough Bible diving for me for one day. Let's see. That's why they say saved by Christ, saved your soul from hell. Speaks JF. Do I actually speak French? So it's rusty as heck. I used to live in Quebec for a while, and I don't know if I ever became like perfectly fluent or anything like that, but I did pretty well. Don't get me wrong. But it's been so many years that I've lost most of it. I don't live in a French-speaking area now, but I can like read French and things like that. Most of French that I find or whatever, I don't need like a translation. I just can't like construct the sentences as well, and I have always had a problem hearing it because French, every word rolls into the next one. It's just really hard for an Anglo to hear French, or maybe it was just me. I sucked at it. Or maybe I just didn't want to listen to my French girlfriends. I learned enough French to get French girlfriends. Let's put it that way. Okay, yeah, I'm going to take another quick break. Just need a bio break. And I shall be right back. Let's see, maybe show one of my videos. No. Can't find this one. Dang it. Mark. Oh, there we go. All right. I'll play this one. I'll be right back. This is from my time in Quebec when I learned how I had spent a lot of time in the cathedral, and like this was kind of like my findings. Although some of the pictures I took were from in there. What's this here? Earth Day celebration. Go away, you bunch of hippies. All right. Here you go. This is an interesting photo. You can see here, this was drawn by Athanasius Kircher, who was a Jesuit. And you can see he's got the 7 layers of heaven. Each of these symbols here, which is Saturn, you have the Earth in the center. And you have the moon, you have Mercury, I think it's then Mars. No, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and then Saturn, I think. I forget how this goes. But anyways, Saturn was like the divide between space and time. You can see here, you guys play Sudoku. He has this here. But if you take the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you make the mark, then you get the same mark as the sigil of Saturn. We'll just cancel this out because the song's over now anyways. But take a look. Just to remember that symbol that I drew out there. Let's go sigil of Saturn. There you go. It's very close. Very, very close. Where was that? As you can see. And you can get this, you can find this in, this H is often used in the Jesuit IHS. IHS gravestone, used a lot in gravestones. There you go. Actually, in Godfather 2, no, Godfather 1, when Vito died, it's not his gravestone, but you can see it in Vito's funeral. There's an IHS, and you'll find that there as well. You can see that tail that comes down. Always has the tail. And that's when you go back to Saturnism. Because Saturn had the cross and the tail. Represents the sickle, I think. I don't know if Da Vinci actually wrote this. Oh, gives me the heebie-jeebies just looking at this stuff. Incense sigil of Saturn. This is when you start getting into the Rosicrucianism and stuff like that too, right? This is where it starts crossing over, like the Jesuits and Rosicrucianism. I'll show you something real quick. I've showed it before. Oh no, did I not save it? Oh no. If I go through history, hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Mystic. No. I cannot believe I didn't. Okay, so I think here we go. Mythology Chris. All right, I got it. So Mythology Christianae, which is like one of the bases or the bases of Rosicrucianism. Johannes Valentinus Andrei. He's behind. It became one of the three he wrote this, which became one of the three founding works of Rosicrucianism. And this is the book. And just give it a second to load. Here you go. Finish new tab. There it is, IHS. And IHS was used before Jesuits, okay? It's not just them that use them. In fact, they believe that it was often used in Dionysian shrines. There would be a grove, right, that people would celebrate the festivals for Dionysus. And that would be like the prayer site for Dionysus, okay? And there would often be a stone in the center of the grove, and on that stone there would be IHS. Okay, so it's not just the Jesuits that use this. They picked this up. But what makes this distinctly Jesuits are the 3 nails of what they say is Jesus, right? That is what you know. That's why you know it comes from Jesuits. And you have that same thing going on with the Jesuit symbol. You got that. They have sun rays of the sunburst, right? One is straight and the other one is curvy. Right. So this was one of the founding books of Rosicrucianism. You got the face of Janus down here as well, too. They do like Janus. They love dualism. And you got your square and compass over here as well. What looks like a papal hat. You have plowshares and shovels. I haven't gone through this book yet. I was just, when I was looking through this stuff. Yep. Chris Graham of the Jesuits. Joined the Rosicrucians in the mid-70s. I think this is kind of weird. I think I still qualify for 16 virgins or something like that. Interesting. You qualify for virgins as Rosicrucians? Okay. This guy here. When investigating things Catholic, go to Catholics. They know and they're not afraid of letting you know it. No, not really. Not really. It's kind of like if you want to figure out what's wrong with a Ford, you go to a Ford dealer. Do you really trust them to tell you what's wrong with them? They'll tell you what they want you to know. That's about it. That's about it. I wonder if I can get this IHS Dionysus. Ugh. Letters IHS constitute another sacred monogram of Christ. These letters were also the sacred symbol of the Greek sun god Bacchus or Dionysus. Dionysus is an interesting character in mythology. He was born again. He was kind of like the, you ever saw like the zeitgeist where like the Horus dies, Isis puts him back together, and then is reborn. That kind of story kind of reverberates through all of paganism. And Dionysus is the is it Roman? No, Dionysus. It's more the Roman one is more Attis, I think. But it's the same one. It's just syncretism. Dionysus is more, I think, the name from like out of Turkey in that area. But it's the same thing. Like he dies. Zeus takes his heart and puts him in sews his heart to his leg, and then rebirths, or Jupiter does it, and rebirths Dionysus through his heart in his leg. And that's where you get like the Sacred Heart of Jesus as well. That's why they're so obsessed with that. Anyways, I've bored enough of you. Sorry, what's the? It's cool. What's the latest update? So as for his whereabouts, we have no update. He's still 6 days missing, and what we're getting now, it seems to be some sort of psyop pushback to try and keep up hopes that he's alive. So I would not, but there's no proof of life that they're giving. You had what's his name, Michael Cirillo or whatever. This guy here. We'll watch this again.
Good evening. Sarah Ashton Cirillo, Kharkiv, Ukraine, where over the last few days, the topic of YouTuber, pundit, columnist, potential Russian asset, alleged Russian spy, Gonzalo Lira, has taken up a significant amount of the conversation regarding Kharkiv, Ukraine, the Russian invasion, and my role as a journalist. And one thing many people have asked me from both sides of the discussion was to find out if and when Gonzalo Lira died. And this is what I can report, direct from my sources, not secondhand information.
Like what a friggin' idiot too. Like, direct from my sources, not secondhand. Yes, this is secondhand. Okay, what you're giving us is secondhand. Sources say. That's it. That's all you're giving us. It's not even secondhand. It's not as good as secondhand.
Since April 15th, when Gonzalo Lira was picked up by security services, there has been no indication that he is dead. Once again, I will repeat. It appears that Gonzalo Lira is in fact alive. This is Sarah Ashton Cirillo, Kharkiv, Ukraine. More to come.
The world's worst report. She's after deleting that now. And I guess people were just like, this is BS. Like, this is like the most non-story story I've ever heard. This is like the worst journalism. These people are such double-speaking idiots, man. But yeah, that's what we got. That's about it. And they're not like, you can't trust her for anything. Can't trust her for anything. The Belarus photo is sourced from a panorama image like that available on Google Maps. Interesting. By the way, welcome, Robert. Have yourself a wrench. You can pass on links. Kill it before it lays eggs. Don't worry, it can't lay eggs. Janus was the virus name in BBC Utopia. 2-part medication and gene modification combined to make everyone sterile. I haven't seen it, although I did see the clip that like everybody has probably seen at this point that like talks about that. Can't listen to this disgusting perverted man in drag without gagging. He's probably a child molester. Yeah, probably in to get some free kids. I can't get over how much it sounds like Brian Stelter. Hold on. Which one's more annoying?
Now, here to discuss, Kayleigh McEnany, co-host of Out.
Oh, dang it! They're just gonna talk about Brian Stelter. No, I don't want your hate porn, folks. I don't care about your question from your pause guy. No, don't care.
It's a. There's something else behind it.
I think you're describing a different channel than the one that I watch.
Ukraine, the Russian invasion.
But I understand that that is a popular right-wing narrative about CNN.
And my role as a journalist.
They're pretty dang close, man. Tucker. Tuck the cuck. Oh boy. I'll keep him up for a little bit because the other two are unbearable to look at. We got anything else here, guys? Anything else I missed? Why do they worship this deity? They as in the powers that be. Which one? Dionysus? Dionysus, or Saturn, right? He's the god of, well, not so much Dionysus, but to an extent, yes. it's the god of time. And the god of there's a lot of it to do with like sickness and health. And remember, these guys, like they detest the fact that they can't live forever, right? And Saturn appears as a young child. Like, by the way, Cupid is related to Saturn. Like Eros is very equatable to Kronos in many ways. You'll get the same stories as well. Like Cupid's heart is very much like Dionysus' heart. It's speculated that Dionysus is Saturn reborn as well. It has a lot to do with time. The fact that it's a god of health. God of wine is Dionysus as well. God of drunkenness. These ones are very important to them. It's like a way that they can defeat time and defeat bad health. This is why they like them very much. More bass than Brian, yeah. Check this link I skipped over earlier. No problem. Sure, we got a good time now. I'm all caught up. Slowing down for the night. I'll probably finish this up pretty soon. Because this one I didn't mean to be a full show. It was just like to give an update, and I didn't have time to make a video and like edit it and stuff. Join the Council for National Policy. There was some more stuff that I went through for the people that were just coming in. You can go to the beginning, and it'll go. Join the Council for National Policy. Leaders in the conservative movement who with POTUS are renewing the conservative vision in our time. This was 2017 will repeal and replace Obamacare. So yeah, let's do a little digging here. Let's do a little digging here. It was started as the policy arm of the white nationalist Birchers. Dominionism. Was John Birch involved with Dominionism? Council for National Policy. Maybe we'll get through here. Sometimes these are okay to go through. I don't know how you could get a shadow like this. Interesting little arc. Wonder what that means. Pluto theocracy. Wants to be the conservative version of the Council on Foreign Relations. Pat Robertson of the Christian Broadcasting Network, who are very tied in with the NAR as well, indeed. They love their supernatural and their experience and stuff. Heritage Foundation. That is popping up a lot. Ronald Reagan, who was also a Knight of Malta. Oliver North. Ollie North. Oh boy, he's... Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, John Ashcroft. Eric Prince. What else we got? Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA. Oh yeah. This cesspit of rhinos, fake conservatives. Moral majority. Let's get into the John Birch Society as well. And then let's cross-check these guys with Council for National Policy. Let's cross-check that with International Republican Institute. See what ties they have. IRI. Seemingly no hits at the moment, so we'll move on and go on to the John Birch Society. William Buckley. Didn't he show up here as well? Yes, he did. He is the William F. Buckley Jr. council member of the council. Okay. Post-collectivism is cancer. Not that I disagree with that. I do tend to agree with that indeed. Society opposes one world government. Yeah, okay. We'll see about that. Moral majority again. McCarthyites, who is also, I believe, a Knight of Malta. He's also Jesuit strained. So McCarthy, I know everybody says McCarthy's right. You know, I get it. Hold on. Joseph McCarthy, where'd he go to school? Marquette University, which was is a Jesuit research university. So remember, he's a right-winger, right? And Jesuits are supposed to be lefties and stuff, but they're on both sides. Jesuit trained. Jesuit trained. Does the INI start here as well? Oh gosh, Republican Institute, no. International Republican Institute, John Birch Society. Oh, sorry, put that back in there. The reason why I'm looking up the International Republican Institute is because they are a branch off of the NED. The NED is a CIA front group, and I just want to see if there's any connection here. I think I'd have to get... They probably don't touch each other directly. I'd probably have to go through more of the names. Let's get back to it. Eventually dismantling the Federal Reserve System. See, a lot of this stuff I agree with. It's the thing. Ultra-conservative, far-right, and extremist. John Birch was an American Baptist who went as a missionary to China in 1940 when the Japanese invasion had created suffering and chaos. He was a U.S. military intelligence officer. He spoke Chinese, became an army intelligence officer, but he operated alone or with nationalist Chinese soldiers. I mean, not... here we go. Promoted to captain and began working in China for and with the OSS. The OSS being the precursor to the CIA. Oh, imagine my shock. When he died, Birch's remains were recovered and a Catholic burial service was held with military honors on a hillside, sort of Suzhou. So he worked with the nationalists, the Kuomintang, with the OSS as well. Anything to add for the one that wanted me to take a look into it? Usually in bed with the Knights of Malta too, yeah. Break the Silence says, Jesuits are truly vicious. Be careful. I've read a piece, leaked manual instruction page, explain how it's okay to target and painfully eliminate anyone who is critical with maximum force. Oh, yeah. Yes. There's lots of evidence of that too. I'll tell you one story that I had. I've told this before, but I'll say it again. When I was studying that cathedral in Quebec City, I was noticed that I was there a lot, I guess, and there was a guy that came up to me when I was taking pictures of the place, and he really wanted to know, or he really wanted to see the pictures, and I was like, oh, I'm running low on batteries, I can't show it, I'm very sorry. And I go to a Jesuit chapel for a service there just to see what they say, and I started talking to the priest there, and he really wanted me to get into spiritual exercises and stuff, and I didn't say I was a Protestant. But anyways, the week after that, every time I lived, I didn't live in Quebec City at that point. I lived in a town next to Quebec City called Saint-Roch. In Quebec City, people can speak English. They obviously speak more French, but you'll find a lot of people that speak English there, but not in Saint-Roch. Saint-Roch, I was probably the only English speaker, and most of the people there, if I tried to speak English to them, they'd just be like, what? What are you saying? They didn't learn French, or they didn't learn English, right? But I would go out for a smoke, and every single time, by the time I was finished my smoke, there would be one person that comes up to me and speaks to me as they're walking past me in English. It never happened before that point, and until I left, every time I went out for a smoke, every single time, there was someone, they would mention something to me in English, and what I'm pretty sure is that they were letting me know that they knew where I lived. And I better be careful with the things that I'd say, because at this point I was starting to click in, these guys are super evil. They're connected to Crowley, and they were connected to Rosicrucianism, and I was starting to say this in the live streams that I was on with Jeff C and them, and I guess they'd caught on to who I was. And I don't mean to sound paranoid with this, but it makes no sense that almost every time I went out, there would be someone walking past me and speaking English to me in a place where nobody speaks English. And it wasn't just hello, how you doing? Things that sometimes they would say to each other. Sometimes with Quebecois, they'll say some English stuff, right? But they don't speak English. These were things oh man, I like your shoes. And they would say it in a town that was totally French. Right? Things like that. It was just dude. Yeah, they really wanted me to know that, at least I think. I mean, I can only come to the conclusion that they wanted me to know. This is the Kuomintang. So Kuomintang, yeah, they were the ones that were with the Chinese nationalists. It's the one that owned Taiwan. Or they had to retreat to Taiwan once the revolution overtook China. Yes, this is called Left Behind. Here's a full film. Okay, let's take a look at that first link you gave me.
It's so real that I haven't been collected by Trump. We're together in the fight.
That doesn't surprise
so I'm
me.
not going to say what Trump said to me privately many times, but let's just say this. We are definitely birds of a feather that fly together. And I know all the secrets without ever talking to Trump. Because my dad was just like his dad. And we were drinking from the very same well. So people say, how the hell are you guys so synced? We are spiritually synced. We're not fake Bible thumpers. We love God. But we're not out to get people, and we don't like people suppressing people. And Trump was reading Western Goals by Congressman Larry McDonald for a decade. And so was I when I was a little kid, while my dad was reading it. He'd be like an Army colonel at the house, an FBI guy, and, you know, my dad would like be, you know, all this stuff going on, and they were just all, they didn't want power. Those men didn't want power. They had power. They were powerful men. They were from powerful families. They were strong. They wanted to defend America. And so when I was 10 years old and 5 years old and hearing all this, Donald Trump was reading this, and his lawyer, Roy Cohen, on the board of Western Gulfs, the heart of the resistance, knowing all this was coming. Donald Trump, man, he was there. So, yeah, I was synced with Donald Trump when I was 5 years old. Because when you're 5 years old and you're getting your uncle wounded off a C-130 at the Air Force Base, or you're sitting around the table and a bunch of guys are sitting around talking about the country, you're listening to this and you know this isn't TV, this isn't the movies, this is the real thing. Your little ears go, you're listening to it just like Donald Trump did. He was a man when all this was happening. And Roy Cohen told him everything. His dad already knew it all too. And so now they've got basically a John Birch Society president up there who knows how to fight all their tricks. And their worst nightmares come true. That's why they're so freaked out. Everyone asks who he really is? To a trained eye, you read that Politico article.
Okay. Yeah.
And it is just like, wow. If I put it back on screen if you can, I'll give folks the headline. But yeah, scroll down, I'll give the headline, thanks. It's the congressman who created his own deep state. Really? And of course, he was exposing the real deep state. Oh, and who was the deputy head of it? Roy Cohen. Donald John Trump's chief mentor and Fred Trump's big buddy. And I told you Trump was recruited by a group of patriots decades ago, and he kept saying, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. It got so bad, he refused them 5 years ago, and then finally his wife came to him and got to do it. But the point is, you read this article, this is all the secrets of Trump, actually. It's called Western Goals. And see, I remember being a kid, little kid, and boy, my dad, when the mail came, got his Western Goals out of the mailbox. And InfoWars is all part of Western Goals now.
Right, so we need to place faith in this Catholic-based organization, and Little Hat, of course, that's going up against the Catholic and Little Hat New World Order on the other side. Oh, my faith in humanity is restored, Alex. Thank you. Appreciate it, bruh. Keep in mind, it's basically Judeo-Christianity rather than authentic Christianity. Yeah. It's called Left Behind. Here's the full film. Ooh, you got a movie for me to watch? Might watch that later. Spiritual shield up while watching that. It's one of the potential agendas. That movie is so bad it doesn't even represent the end times biblically or accurately. Okay. Good to know. A friend of mine pointed out when jets come crashing out the sky in the beginning and they claim it's a miracle from God, all my friend could think was tech kill switch. Let's see. I went around the world with me the day with my dad before he died. We are peaceful people, and it was the only place where we prejudiciously threatened by someone, a little French Canadian in Quebec City. We had to think. Oh, really? what were they later about it, why it happened? It concluded that he picked up we were Protestant background, we were French royalist, or they were French royalists. I had only ever seen British royalists in Australia before. We ain't any of it. Oh, dude, there's a lot of pride in Quebec. A lot of pride in Quebec. They're super proud. And they've been brainwashed too. Well, I mean, like it's not so prevalent now. In fact, there's a lot of atheism in Quebec, including Quebec City. But Quebec City specifically is like the capital of Jesuitism in Canada. It's like the Baltimore of Canada. And a lot of people will follow because they kind of hate the English, kind of. Not so bad in Quebec City, but like the English structure or whatever they do hate. And the Catholics have been very successful in programming that their Catholicism culturally was part of the antithesis to the English structure system, right? So there is that embedded. There is that indeed embedded in with it. So yeah, they're not big fans of Protestants. Not big fans. I certainly didn't let them know I was Protestant. But back then, I really wasn't all that aware. I guess I was. Like, I realized when the Pope left office, and I heard like my priest when I was born again, I would just like hop over to my old Catholic church and just like see what they had to say. And I didn't mind it at first, but then you start getting the things like you have to defend your father, which is the Pope, from any criticism of the fact that he stepped down and that there's a new one, right? Like, then I realized that it's like directly against what the Bible said, so I left that church. And then, but I never understood I just thought that they were wrong. I didn't realize that they were evil, like that the church was evil. You know what I mean? Like I didn't quite get it at that point. But it was in Quebec City that I started really realizing that they had led so many people astray knowingly to keep power. Power in its most despotic form, as Napoleon said about the Jesuits. Don't trust the Jonestown plan. I don't know if anybody should, yeah. You mentioned this and it got me curious. What is true Christianity in your view? If you would ignore the outside influences that possibly introduce corruption into it throughout the centuries? Adhering to the Bible. I know that you're speaking to S90 on that, break the silence, but adhering to the Bible. Staying away from tradition. Staying away from tradition, because tradition is just something that authority that is put in place. In a religious sense, anyways. Love God with all your heart and soul. Do not fear no man, fear him. That's a great answer. It's a great answer. I don't have any specific definition. It's more of an us and them easy phrase to us. People like Tim LaHaye or Jerry Falwell would consider Judeo-Christian. The Jesuits did it. Jesuits always did it, man. They always did it. Welcome to the channel. Truth is in the air. Good to have you. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. You'll hear Jerome Corsi or Alex Jones use the term a lot. They never say Christian. They always say Judeo-Christian. Yeah, they like to muddle that, don't they? Don't they? They always seem to apply Christian scripture to Jewish politics and futurism. It's just listen for Judeo-Christian and a lot of right-wing talkers. You'll get it. Yeah. Yeah, all of these like right-wing checkmark channels will talk about it, won't they? There's a reason for that. They want everybody coming together, right? They want everybody to put aside their beliefs and come together as one. And this is how they do it with Jews and Christians. Believe much different things, you know. All right, let's do a last call on comments. Looks like we're slowing down here for the night, and I want to keep these. I should have kept this short because it's like an update on something. But you know what? There, like, honestly, there wasn't that much to update on. It's just like psyops from Troons. What do we got here? Real Truth Talk has been posting some decent stuff about Gonzalo. Let's see. Or is it just...
Lopez by Ukrainian forces. Gonzalo Lira, Chilean-American journalist, novelist, and filmmaker, denounced a few days ago on his social networks the possibility of something happening to him. The author pointed directly to the Kraken unit of the Azov Battalion. On his social networks, the communicator carried a strong campaign of denunciations for the kidnapping, disappearance, torture, and extraordinary execution of a number of Ukrainian and foreign citizens opposed to the government of President Volodymyr Zelensky, including a long list of mayors who have been executed by the paramilitary forces sponsored by Kiev and NATO, which has been silenced by Western media. Several organizations outside Ukraine denounced the situation of Lira as they fear that he has been tortured and executed. They urgently request the intervention of the Chilean government.
So that was Telesaur. Telesaur and RT seem to have a pretty deep connection with each other, to be honest. I remember Abby Martin, when she left RT, she went to Telesaur. And I've noticed that when I'm looking for coverage about Ukraine and stuff, Telesaur and RT seem to put out a lot of the same narratives. So bearing that in mind, I'm not trying to, like, you know, bash it or anything like that. Just saying that it seems to be that they do work in tandem with each other. Do you remember? By the way, here's another thing. What was the chick that remember the chick that left RT on air? RT reporter quits on air. This was like back in Crimea time.
A dramatic move today by an anchor.
Yeah, shut up.
In this diplomatic...
Yeah, this chick. Liz Wall is her name. Liz Wall. Yeah, she quits on air at around the same time that Abby Martin criticized RT. And it was obvious. I don't know where I can find. It was somewhere on Odyssey that was like talking about this. But anyways, I look her up. And guess where she's out of? Hold on. Liz Wall. So first off, she was born in a naval base in the Philippines. And where'd she go to school? Fairfield University. Jesuit University in Fairfield, Connecticut. Lovely, huh? Lovely stuff. Another thing about Fairfield. Jean Rosen. Fairfield Hospital. You remember Gene Rosen? Creepy Gene? He took the kids in and he got them to play with some teddy bears that I had there. Right? Remember him? He worked at Fairfield Hills State Hospital, which... Okay. You can look into it for yourself. It was a mental hospital. And they treated, quote unquote, treated them with electric shock therapy, hydrotherapy, psychosurgery, and frontal lobotomies. He was a psychologist that worked at this place. And it was known as an insane asylum. That place closed down, and it apparently, when I was looking at this before, they got like all these tunnels, just like most Jesuit places would. But yeah, like a lot of, like, you know, like these urban explorers or whatever. There's a whole bunch of people that go into this area and go down into the tunnels. Apparently it's got a whole bunch of tunnels down there. Creepy, creepy, creepy place. Something to look into. Yeah, there's something up with this. Mr. Gene Rosen, creepy Gene, came out of a creepy insane asylum hospital as a psychologist. You guys remember Creepy Gene? The school that Liz Wall came out of was called Fairfield University. Tucker got rejected, I suppose, to become a CIA operative, like an agent, but they probably made many uses out of him. Yeah, good old Gene Rosen from the shooting. Yeah. Are you finding a massive number of people who are of Jesuit background pushing this crazy narrative of lies? Yes. Yeah. Any news about Gonzalo? No, he's still missing. There are some seemingly fake, like, people that are trying to push him as alive. The troon here, Brian Stelter with a wig, was talking about how there's no evidence that he's dead. So just weasel wording out of this. They do seem to be reacting. And there's you can follow this guy, Real 01 Lira, I think. Dang it. Lira 01. Yeah, Lira 01 Real. So there's this account that popped up. And, okay, we got a new tweet from them. The dam was always going to break. This is so... Ukrainian regime now admitting that Russia has captured 42 settlements. Is that dam starting to crack? You can only say your enemy is losing for so long until there is a tank barreling down the road behind you. So this guy claims to be him. But aside from some non-channels, they are basically calling him a fraud. Yeah, a lot of people calling him out. So there's that. There is people also trying to make a bunch of videos. There was the Green Party of Malaysia channel that is also making videos trying to say that he's alive. So it looks like there's an active psyop trying to mitigate the fallout from his disappearance. But she says this thing, whatever it is, says that the SBU has him. But that there's no evidence that he has died. So thanks, you useless quote-unquote journalist. I'll get you the links for this if you want to check this out for yourself. Hold on. And we'll probably finish up now in a sec. If there's any other comments, let me know. So there's the Lira. You can follow him. Again, I don't recommend believing in anything that is said there. I suppose it could be him. We can't prove that it's not, but it's very likely not him. This is the original tweet to someone that re-uploaded this video that has been deleted since, from Sarah or Michael Cirillo or whatever this person's name is. That has been deleted, but someone re-uploaded it. And if you want the Green Party one that I'm talking about, hold on. So annoying, these sounds, it glows. Yeah, I only followed because I want to see what, like, where it's going. I don't trust it at all. Kraken is foxed either way. If they kill Gonzalo, then Spetsnaz will rip them a new a-hole. If they don't, then the courts will get involved after Russia's military op comes to an end. They're screwed. Yeah, a lot of these groups are absolutely screwed, aren't they? They don't have a chance. Just a sec. I just scared my kitten. I'm sorry. Hold on. went to go grab something and I grabbed his face by accident. Poor little dude. Probably dragging it out to give people hopium and then crush them. Yeah, that's what I agree. I totally agree with this. This is what I think is going on. At least that video of his funeral is a sham than good. Yeah. Yeah, listen, happy free content. If you're still there, man, don't let these people like play off your emotions, because that's what's going on right now. It's psyops, like messing with our emotions. Yeah. He would be thanking us all for caring so much. Maybe indeed. The way that there's no love in these, right? This is all just like, the storm is coming. They whispered to you, said, can you handle the storm that's coming? And then Lira 01 Real says, I am the storm. You know what I mean? These people are, they don't know what love is. They don't know what caring is. Right? They just give us stuff to emote. Right? Give us Sarah, Michael Cirillo or Cirillo, whatever. Where did this one go to school, I wonder? Could we find this? Sarah Ashton Cirillo. Oh, it campaigned for city council? Imagine my shock. How many of these troons are finding city councils to go run in? So then can we get... Chairman McDonald's. Lex Sarah. Why won't this show up? Elexsarah.com. Okay, it's because it's like a file. Let's do a little dig on her before it goes. How much makeup? Oh gosh. Fake eyebrows. What about Michael Cirillo? Looks like Seth Rogen, but it's not him. No hits there. Michael John Cirillo, I think, is the name. I mean, Cirillo is an Italian name, so we're probably going to find like some Catholic. Okay, this is what getting media credentials in Ukraine is like as a transgender journalist with a funky ID. This is her writing. Before and after. This is actually her. Oh, LGBTQ Nation. Las Vegas. What's her credentials? Like, where did she go to school? Where did she go to school? I want to know where she went to school. Has anybody done this dig yet? Is it just me? Gonzalo's Telegram was filled with disgusting trolls, so I left. Yeah, if it goes unmoderated, it'll be filled. But we had a few come in yesterday. They were trying to like be every comment as well. They just like spam. Bunch of losers. This is what happens when you deal with intelligence agencies, my friend. Good to have you. Dang it. Come on, give me a hit. Why don't these people ever like post their... Like, where did they go to school? Why did the Daily Beast scrub their article of her working with the FBI? It's on Substack, so I don't know. Michael John Cirillo, known as Sarah Ashton. Cirillo, in article titled "The Undercover Operative Said She Recruited the Proud Boys for the GOP," written on June 3rd, 2021, talks about how she infiltrated far-right group Proud Boys and tied them to a Vegas-based GOP consultant. In the months leading up to the 2020 election, Sarah Ashton Cirillo, a self-described progressive activist, embedded herself in the GOP circles as part of her research for a book on right-wing extremism, which she found was a Republican consultant desperate to team the Proud Boys up with the Nevada GOP in order to challenge ballots and flip the presidential election. And then it's gone. Sounds like a Fed boy, yeah. Certainly glows. Here's an article where she talks about her experiences with the FBI as they used her information to conduct raids on political figures in Nevada she opposed and labeled as far-right extremists. It's rare when a city council race gets thrown into the national spotlight. But thanks to the incidental undercover work of one of its candidates and the shadiness of another, Las Vegas City Council has garnered not only a few past and future mainstream bylines, but is now the center of a federal FBI case. The election is between a current councilwoman, Michelle Fiore, a staunch alt-right Trump-supporting Republican, and incumbent Sarah. Current councilwoman. Incumbent. Am I losing my mind? Incumbent means you're already in there, right? Like I've currently holding a specified office. Okay, so this person doesn't know what incumbent means. Oh gosh, the trueness. See. See, I'm pretty sure like these quote unquote sex changes or transitions for a lot of these people are just like glowies looking to like cover up their backgrounds. And like, then all you need is your identity. You don't need any background. Like, where'd you go to school? Oh gosh, these pictures. Sorry, I don't want to read any of this. I'm just trying to like scan through it really quickly to try and see if I can find like an alma mater or something. Interestingly enough, Michelle Fiore, the one that she was going up against, is under FBI investigation. She was running against her, and she goes into an FBI investigation for like racism and shit. Oh, does she have a LinkedIn? Lexera.com. Campaign website is no longer active. Archive.org. This was 2021. Sorry if the dig is boring, guys. I like to dig. Oh yeah. We were also talking about how he's saying he doesn't have long to live. I'm sorry I didn't catch you up on that. It's been a long one. All right. Lexera.com. Nuestra Vegas. Oh gosh. Parent, daughter, neighbor, parent. Oh gosh. Poor bastard. CCSD, Clark County School District. Clark, so it's Las Vegas, right? Specializing in the field of strategic analytics. Okay. Interesting. Oh gosh. Yeah, and it's elect. Yeah, okay. So it was never an incumbent. And we got like nothing. All right, so yeah. Like these guys have no background. So it's strategic analysis. That's all we got. Strategic analysis, and said something for real estate, I think. Area of land use and real property investments. Do we got a LinkedIn for this person? LinkedIn, Sarah Cirillo. Las Vegas. Sarah Ashton Cirillo. So she's apparently a journalist, but she's analyst for, like, there's nothing journalistic about her. What's she doing over there? Muckrack as well. So absolutely no training in journalism whatsoever. But apparently this person gets press credentials to show up in Syria, or sorry, show up in Ukraine and possibly other places, though I'm not sure about that. That could have just been misinformation given on that account. My bad. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Syria. Oh, this person glows hardcore, though. Voter registration, 44. Oh, hold on. I probably shouldn't have any of this stuff up, should I? Whoops. Muckrack. Come on. Michael John Cirillo, Las Vegas. Age 44. Same age. Marion Ashton. That's where he gets the Ashton from. Do not call those numbers. Do not contact this person. This is all public information. Go fuck yourself, Susan. Do not call those numbers. But no info on where he went to school or anything like that. Just strategic analysis and stuff like that. Okay, let's see what you guys have to say. Sorry if you guys are doing... My face is melting, yeah. Yeah. If it's a Russian psyops, Gonzo could be alive and paid very well. Kind of hoping for this, actually. At least he would be safe. Probably wouldn't get to see him again, though. Yeah. Yeah, fair. I actually think he was pissed with that. With what he had witnessed of the Ukraine proxy government. Yeah. Could only hope he was a spy, to be honest, and they got him. Or that Russia has him. Sorry if I missed anything, just checking. The growing strategy is to ignore Cirillo completely and keep demanding for the search release of Gonzalo Lira. Twitter is removing Gonzalo Lira related hashtags. Good call. Good call. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually dove into her, to be honest. I was just like, I'm just finishing up the stream now, and I was like, shag it, I'll go through one thing. Get this over with, right? She did speak work for the GOP, and her background is altered, smudged, plus trans, which is one possible side effect of MKUltra. Yes. Yes, it is. It is indeed. Dang, who's the person I was looking into before? She's all kinds of messed up and like non-binary and stuff being due to it. She admits it. She's on YouTube. This person I'm thinking of, I just can't remember the name. Let's see. Not to be a Redditor, but has Gonzalo ever been proved that he has a family? I've never looked into it. Break the silence. I don't think NATO knows everything. Bastards. I didn't watch him long enough beforehand, but it's crazy he didn't go with them. Perhaps he stayed to ensure their escape. If they were psyoped, he could have told them to agree to come back home to him. Yeah. They know not everything, but they know everyone and who everyone works for. That's their job, and to be very good at their job, and so are the Russians. Yeah. I can just picture Susan sitting at her PC watching Avedon and seething. I doubt it, but everything is possible. We should stick to what we know and stop theorizing unless there's evidence. We should not splinter, but unite. The NZs picked him up for as far as we know. If Gonzalo really was health compromised, he might have taken a Russian money gift and happily go to his end, especially if he was money busted. maybe. The only proof we have that he was in Kharkov was when he went to the favorite copy shop. Yeah, no, he did that walk, right? And we can verify that. You guys are really good at thinking outside of the box. No offense intended, but I don't think this is the right time. Situation critical for as far as we know. Sorry if I ruffled some feathers. No. You're good. You're good. He could have pre-taped that and doctored his GPS coordinates. Fair enough. Fair enough. Anything's possible, right? Break the silence. It just helps me to think of other options rather than just torture by Nazis. That puts my stomach in a knot. Yeah, we just gotta stay realistic on this. Keep the pressure up on Twitter. I'm going back onto Twitter now and start hashtagging that stuff out. And same thing with calling the embassies. Keep the pressure on them. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Keep them moving. The Chilean embassy. I know CNN covered, like CNN Chile covered the case, but they didn't do anything in English. So that tells you what you need to know about them. They don't want this story getting out. All right, my friends, are we all tapped out for the night? If you want, I can throw something on. I'll to keep the chat going for a little bit. Seems like you guys are more chatting with each other, and I don't want to interrupt the conversation. There's a video that I had here. Did I accidentally get rid of it? Hold on, I'll go through history. Oh my gosh, it's crazy how like much you can go through. There's like a 15-minute video. Press F for Gonzalo Lira Lopez. There we go.
What is going on, everybody?
We'll go through this and we'll finish up after this is done, so you guys can keep on chatting and I don't cut it off abruptly.
Guys, the Coach Red Pill saga continues. Everybody, it's the last time that I made a video about Coach Red Pill, about Gonzalo Lira, our intrepid gonzo journalist, sticking it to the Zelensky regime in Ukraine there, dudes. That was over a month ago now. Can you believe that time has flown so fast? I can't. The critical information, guys, is Coach Red Pill has vanished off the face of the earth. He is missing in action. He's absent without leave, guys. We don't know what's happened to him. It's a very serious situation. I don't mean to treat it with flippant derision or anything like that. I don't mean to belittle the seriousness of the situation, everybody. Coach Red Pill was a larger than life character, okay? And whatever you may think of him, Coach Red Pill certainly was braver than anyone who criticised him. He was living it to the max, guys. He wasn't afraid of the Zelensky goons. And I've no doubt, guys, that if Coach Red Pill is dead, if Coach Red Pill, if Gonzalo Lira, guys, has been rounded up, put in the back of a Zelensky regime van there and taken away, then I have no doubt, guys, that he will not have recanted a word. He will not have gone down grovelling. He will have knelt there. Guys, Coach will have knelt there and said, no. Zelensky is a bastard. Zelensky is the swine, everybody. He is a system pig. And then it'll have taken one in the back of the head, guys, okay? Boom. So, look, I don't want to belittle any of this. Coach Red Pill, I admire the guy. I genuinely do. I wouldn't have made videos about him if I didn't. That's the truth. As I said before, I admire people who have big, larger-than-life personalities, who aren't afraid, who aren't LARPers, guys. Coach Red Pill was not a LARPer. He was accused of all this kind of LARPing, fakery. Okay, but it's not true, is it? If Coach Red Pill is dead, then are we going to still see people saying it was a LARP? Okay? I don't think so, are we? So, dudes, look. Je suis Coach Red Pill. Je suis CRP, guys. That's right. How many people on Twitter are changing their avatars to photographs of Gonzalo Lira? Huh? Have you done it? No. Okay. Has Richard Spencer done it? No. The coverage around Coach Red Pill's disappearance has been quite spectacular. I'm sure more than he could have ever hoped for. I went onto Paul, guys, onto 4chan, and Coach Red Pill was there. At least on the catalogue page, there are at least 3 active threads there on the front page, guys, just about Coach Red Pill. So this is a huge story. The deal is that Coach Red Pill, guys, he made a video on Friday. This was April the 15th, 2022, and he made a video and then he hasn't been seen since. I'm now recording this video on the 19th of April, okay? And concern began to grow because Coach Red Pill has said before that if he is not heard from within 12 hours, then people should begin to contact the Chilean embassy in Poland there and inquire about his whereabouts to get the diplomatic process going in case he is picked up by the Zelensky regime there, guys, as being a what was the term used? I forget. A pro-Putin shill, a pro-Putin collaborator, or something like that, guys. A pro-Putin propagandist. That's what he was accused of being, wrongfully there in Kiev, guys, by the hotel manager who threw him out there, guys. Made him pack a bag and go. Hopefully he's gone dark like Jack Bauer from 24, guys. He's gone dark and he's using the opportunity to escape Kharkov. Is it Kharkov or Kharkiv? It depends who you ask, really, it seems. I don't know. Coach Red Pill, hopefully, is attempting to break out. He wanted to break free, guys, like Freddie Mercury there. Come on, doggo, what's going on here? I don't know what's wrong with the doggo. He just stops sometimes in the middle of a walk here. If Coach Red Pill, guys, if he turns out to have been sacrificed in this war, okay? If this is the last that we've ever heard from Coach Red Pill ever again, guys, if Coach Red Pill has been sacrificed, then this is where I'm going to remember him, okay? This, guys, this here, this is Coach's tree, okay? I'm dedicating it to Gonzalo Lira there, the tree of life. Here, I'll forever remember Coach Red Pill when I come and walk the doggo here, okay? And I won't let him shit underneath that tree, okay? Do you hear me, boy? Do you hear me, doggo? Okay, that's Coach's tree there, dude. All right, he understands now. Forever in our hearts will Coach Red Pill be. So let's talk about what might have happened to Coach. He might be on his way to Russia. He might have managed to get out of there. I did see a couple of days ago, apparently the Russians have made some advancements on Kharkiv, and Coach was a guy with many connections. He'd been in Ukraine a few years, and so it's possible, guys, it is possible that through one or two of these connections he was able to make it to the Russian lines. They might have seized his phones. He might be in custody there with them, but effectively he'd be safe. That would be the best thing for him, because as a pro-Putin propagandist, I mean, they'll love him, guys, they'll love him, but they'll have to verify exactly who he is. I don't know if Coach had any swastika tattoos or anything. I've never seen his naked body there, guys, so I can't confirm or deny that. Hopefully not, otherwise that might have been a bit problematic. In fact, I think nobody else has come up with this theory yet. That could be an original take among the 1 million takes on the internet about what's happened to him. Okay, he was caught, guys. He made it to the Russian lines and they said, Coach Red Pill, remove your clothing. And he was like, well, but it's me, Gonzalo Lira, the pro-Putin propagandist here. Extraordinaire, larger than life, dear Rusky there. And they said, Coach Red Pill, remove your clothing or you're dead. Okay, so he removed it, and there, emblazoned across his heart, guys, was a swastika. And he's like, honestly, dudes, honestly, look, it was a terrible mistake. We were all drunk, everybody. We were all drunk there, and you can't go back, can you? That's my theory. I'm putting it out there so that it can be verified as true or false, everybody, okay? We're going to go down here, doggo. Come on. Let's go. We're going to go and see the ducks now, dudes. Come on. So, the very worst fate that may have become Gonzalo Lira, Coach Red Pill, guys, is that he was picked up by the secret police. Not just the Ukrainian military, guys, not just the regular police, but I think they're known as the SBU, the something bastard united, I guess that stands for their guys. Very worst fate, guys, that could have befell Coach Red Pill is for him to have been picked up by the Zelensky secret police there, the SBU. It's the very worst that could have happened to him. Now, there is some serious reasons to worry that this has actually happened, everybody. Okay, if you've been following along, by the way, Coach Red Pill's Telegram channel, that is still active, everybody, okay? Wow, got some super mud here. Not happy about this. We're going to have to go back this way, dude. Come on, then. Oops. I made a big mistake there, dudes. Not as big as Coach Red Pill's. Only joking, everybody. So, look, there is reason to suspect that this might have happened, everybody. And it's mainly due to this tweet by this guy who is a known Zelensky goon, guys. A known member of the Azov battalion there, guys. Reasons to be concerned are this guy who's on Twitter, a known member of the Azov battalion there. He's known as Alexei B, okay, and he is this goon who is of the Azov battalion, and he tweeted this, okay. Now, we don't know if this is real, if he's trolling. Apparently he has some history with Coach. And look, I'm going to take this as one big troll. I don't empower this dude at all, okay? So, it's not funny to mock somebody who might be dead, okay? I would never do that, dudes. But we know what these Azov goons are like, guys. By the way, for what it's worth, I've come 180 degrees, guys, on my thoughts about this whole situation. After seeing the kind of absolute depravity that these Zelensky types get up to, I'm 180 degrees, okay? I'm sure to the cheering of my YouTubers there, guys. But look, I was always honest with you. I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't know. I've never claimed to be the smartest dude in the dog walk here, guys. I've never claimed to be the sharpest tool in the box there, guys. But doesn't take me long to see things for what they are. By the way, if you go to Coach Red Pill's Telegram, it's just blowing up, guys. Blowing up there. It's absolutely crazy over there. This is a real testament that he has disappeared. Also, people have contacted the Chilean embassy. It's been covered by CNN. It's been covered by Ramsey Paul. It's been covered by JF Gary Epi, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Even. Wait for this. Wait for this one, dudes. George Galloway, guys, who does this kind of big grift radio show and also syndicates it on YouTube. Even he was using the disappearance of Coach Red Pill to sell subscriptions there, dudes.
It's with great regret and even greater sense of concern and anxiety and more that I have to tell you that there is still no sign of our first guest, Gonzalo Lira. We spoke with him on Friday and booked this appearance this evening. He has not yet logged in. I'm not asking you for much. I'm asking you for $1.
Absolutely shameless. Even who I'm a fan of, guys, our buddy Ramsey Paul, even he's released a video today complaining about grifters in the alt-right and using Coach Red Pill's disappearance to grift their guys. Okay, that's just how it is on the alt-right, isn't it? We all know that. Look, I've got another video about Coach Red Pill in store, I'm sure. Okay, this isn't the last we've heard of him. If you can't Coach Red Pill out, that's your mistake. Never, never, guys, underestimate the coach. Okay? I believe he's alive. I believe he's going to have a huge story to tell. It's going to be a book, everybody. He's going to sell it in leather-bound covers. Okay? So this is super exciting stuff. Alright, everybody, and I will see you later. Later.
If ever you don't hear from me for 12 hours during this conflict, if it's 12 hours or more, assume that I've been picked up by the SBU. And assume that the people most responsible are the Daily Beast.
So that was Stephen J. James. First time I ever saw a video from him. Pretty interesting kooky dude. Yeah, you get a few of these people. Lots of glowies out there spitting on his grave. Theoretical grave. Welcome to the channel, Happy Free Content. It's good to have you. 98 from Mexico. Hasta la próxima. And for the rest of you guys, it's great to have you as always. Thank you very much for tuning in. We will do the next one on Saturday unless something really big comes up. I wanted to post the extra news that we had today, but normally we do it on Tuesdays and Saturdays. So I will see you then, and I need to get back to making videos too, so being too lazy. All right, thanks again, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button on the way out, and we'll see you on the next one. I'll play out a song, play the old Love and Marriage one. If you're new to this channel, it's a good channel, or sorry, it's a good video for the channel. Good night.
Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Love and marriage, love.
I became immersed in the intellectual rigor of a Jesuit education.
You violated the curfew all the time, caused much pain, but that's a different story. I don't believe in rules.
Try it's an illusion. Try, 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 and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Please welcome to the stage Professor Michael Bailey, Chair of the Department of Government, Ron Klain, and Kevin Spacey.
The President of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez.
As we welcome Justice Ginsburg and her colleagues on stage for a conversation.
Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Vice President of the United States.
Attorney General Loretta Lynch.
It's a great honor to welcome Secretary Kerry back to the Hilltop. Adrian Grenier, an actor, director, and environmental advocate.
Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day.
It is now my honor to welcome to the stage the President of the United States, Barack Obama. Justice Breyer and Dean Traynor.
Dean Hellman and Ambassador Susan Rice.
Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, and Bono.
Try, try, try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, 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 and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Have a good night, all.